welcome back everyone, welcome back to another season, another edition here of the HomeStory Cup. The HomeStory Cup number 29. I'm of course just VIP with her and joined by the amazing players and by the Hulu chats as well. Welcome one all to something a little bit different here. Now typically, historically, over the past like 4 years, 5 years, 4 years, we do live cast HomeStory Cup as the B stream. And once again, this season, this edition, we were also approached to covering this event via the B stream as well. But as of this year, we have been cutting back when it comes to European events just because it is at a really rough time for us here in Australia. So we have stopped covering them live and instead we cover them via replays. HomeStory Cup being one of them and Masters of the Game being the other, as well as examples of bigger European events in 2026. So we're here to catch up. Again, for those that are curious, it's going to be a replay cast. HomeStory Cup was over the weekend, was last weekend. So a couple of days ago here, these events did take place. We're live and we here to catch up on those events as we were in bed when all this was happening. We were in bed. Likewise, I have not seen any of the games themselves. I have no idea how these did unfold, how they did transpire. So we're here to jump into the playoffs. Now, again, historically, we do cover the group stage and the playoffs, but we are just going to be covering the playoffs this time just because we don't have any free slots during our casting schedule, especially with Crank Gathers, right? Crank Gathers, the qualifiers were yesterday, and we're going to be covering Crank Gathers starting tomorrow. There's just a lot of StarCraft going on right now. We don't actually have any free room available, so to squeeze in HomeStory Cup, otherwise, if we wanted to cover the group stage and playoffs of HomeStory Cup, we'd probably push this back like a month. Like, we'll probably just cast this a month later. By then it's a little bit too late, especially if we do intend for like another hotfix patch to be applied. So we are going to be covering it here and now, but just via the playoffs. It's going to be a two-day event today and tomorrow to cover the entirety of those playoffs. Let's go. Let us go. Up first, let's catch up on the bracket itself. Okay, from the top here, we do have our upper bracket quarterfinals. So it is going to be a top eight here in the playoffs and double elimination at that as well. Or at least starting from the second round, it is double elimination. This is a format that HomeStory Cup have been using for the past couple of editions. Is this double elimination, but also like double elimination from the second round forward. I believe they started doing that maybe last year, early last year, like HomeStory Cup like 26-ish, 27, 26. But likewise, we're seeing it here as well. We do have Reynor versus a Laser in our initial ZVZ, Serral versus Skillis in a ZVP, Clem versus Cristiano in a TVP, and Lambert versus Harston in a ZVP. Oh, Shopify all team kill there as well towards the end. Now, again, it's a lot of matches here. 10 best ofs in total in the playoffs. That's why we're going to be cutting this in half. We'll be trying to cover around 5 matches here tonight. So most likely the first 4, and then one of the upper bracket semifinals. If we have enough time and if the broadcast is a little bit shorter, then we might be able to cast another upper bracket semifinals as well. Might go up to 6 matches, but we'll try to cover at least 5 here today. At least 5. Otherwise, let's jump in. Let's jump into our first series, Reynor versus Laser ZVZ. Let's go. There's a lot to get into in regards to the new patch. Once again, we've been covering quite a lot of StarCraft in the latest patch, but HomeStory Cup is, of course, the big event of the week where this did all unfold. So I'm curious to see how it did unfold and how these games did transpire, whether it actually coincides with what we've been seeing in the Open Cups. As spawning in the right-hand corner of the Sanctuary 3, we have the Polish Zerg player. We have the Blue Zerg. Oh, the Blue Zerg player himself. It is a Laser. And spawning in the bottom-hand corner, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. Going for the 10 pool, it is Reynor. Oh boy. So again, if you're familiar with the latest patch, you should be familiar with the 10 pool. 10 pools are very strong in ZVZ. We've seen Reynor struggle to defend and succeed at utilizing this build. Specifically, this was during the GSLCK number 4, where he played against Solar in the grand finals of that tournament. I remember this was like 2 weeks ago. It was 2 weeks ago. It was pre-live patch, but it was during PTR version 2, if you remember. It was during version 2. So again, 2 weeks ago is when we first saw this. Now, to defend against this build, it is very difficult to defend against a 10 pool with hatch first. This is the reason why we've been quite vocal about the fact that ZVZ and PvP on the latest patch are much more all-in and much more aggressive than previously. So much more. With the pylon change of PvP, but also with the earlier pool builds and also 2-base all-ins as well. I expect to see an all-in every game in this series. Here comes the 10 pool. It's a hatch first out of a laser. It's gonna be a tough hold. Oof. Not impossible to defend with hatch first, but very difficult. Basically, what's going to happen here is that Laser has to pull the boys. He has to pull the boys. There's going to be an excess amount of lings to attack. There's going to be a big period of time pre-queen and pre-defensive Zerglings, and a Laser, he needs to preserve his drones. It's all about that worker micro. It's all about the drone drilling. It's all about the worker micro. Without it, a Laser will die. Lings are spotted. Reynor doesn't care. He's rushing across the map. Overlord does see all of this, so Laser's fully aware of the 10 pool. I don't know how much practice a Laser has against 10 pools. I think it's at 12. It's against 10 pool. Looks like there was a little latency during the event itself. But here we go. And Reynor, he has arrived, nibbling away at the hatchery. Meanwhile, again, the spawning pool isn't even done, right? The spawning pool is not even done, so the boys are being pulled. And again, we have to make sure we preserve these drones. We cannot lose too many. Speaking of, Lings are engaged, and this is getting out of hand. 1, 2, 3 drone kills. Oh my god, 5 drones going to be going down. Some heavy losses for a Laser. That is not good enough. He just moved into the Lings. 6 drone kills, and that is quickly becoming critical damage. Behind this, again, we have defensive Lings on the way. We have Queens just now beginning here. No, he fights too soon. Yeah, he fights too soon. 10 drone kills. Ay. And remember, 10 pools are not all in. Reynor's expanding. He's expanding, getting his own queen. He already has a queen. Second queen is on the way. Reynor has a massive economic lead, and this defense from a Laser was not good enough. Yeah, it was not good enough. So with that, Reynor takes a massive lead, a massive advantage, and it's going to be difficult to recover. Now, when it comes to the follow-up, what is the follow-up? Typically, we go into 2-base play, into 2-base roach. So from here, especially because of the ramp coming into the natural, 2-base play is favored in ZVZ on Sanctuary 3. A Laser, he has to either be hyper-aggressive or hyper-greedy to recover in this game. Trying to be aggressive, though, on a map like Sanctuary 3 is going to be very difficult. So a Laser, it's going to be very difficult for him to punish Reynor in any which way. Reynor should be skipping his link speed, delaying his gases, walling off on 2 bases with Eva Chambers and Roach Horns, and from here he can go into 2-base Lair, into 2-base Muta, or 2-base Roach into a 2-base all-in. So Reynor, he does have options. He's in control. A Laser has a lot of catching up to do here. And most likely he'll play 2-base as well, but again, playing from behind. Just strictly from behind at this point. Oof. Again, when it came to the worker micro, he just straight up attacked. Typically, you want to like poke, you want to dance with the Lings. Like typically, you want to dance with the Lings, poke in, pull away, worker micro, drone drill into the mineral line, and dance with the hatchery. Make use of the health on this hatchery as well. Make use of that as a resource to buy time to tank shots while you buy time for your own Lings, for your own Queens. It is very difficult just because if you dance incorrectly, you will lose the hatchery, right? The issue is that if you don't attack with your drones, then this hatchery will be killed, and then that's just game. So it's a very delicate dance that you do have to, you know, be willing to take part in. And LA's he fumbled over his own feedback. Yeah, not like this. From here, Reynor, oh, he's being so greedy here. Reynor choosing to expand. He does not stay on 2 bases. Wow, okay, very greedy here from Reynor, and this puts more pressure on a Laser. Because again, there should not be a third. There should not be a third here. But a Laser, he has no link speed to punish either. So he can't, but he needs to punish, but he can't. Plus 1 carapace on the way. Plus 1 carapace has become a little more common as a 2-base all-in due to the fact that carapace is now cheaper. For those who are unaware, the carapace upgrade was reduced in cost in the most recent patch, or in the live version of the game. So it's now much more accessible. Oh, a Laser, he will lose this fight. We'll lose all the Zerglings. Link speed is on the way alongside carapace and what should be Roach play as well. And Laser is walling off on 2 bases. He's walling off, going for 1-1 upgrades. Reynor looking to poke in, and the Laser is going 2-base Lair. Now from here, Reynor has a choice to make. Still no lair out of Reynor, which is surprising to me. He may just go for a hatch-based all-in, or might just drone up a little bit further and just have a greater economy. Again, trying to break this high ground position is going to be very difficult for Reynor, so I would hope that he doesn't try to, but we'll see, as he's making 18 links. He's making a surge of lings. The fact that there is still no roach horn here tells me that if we do get a lair, which it is a lair, it looks like Muta play. Does look like Mutas. I feel like we could have gotten here sooner if we hadn't gotten the upgrades, but okay. Laser is popping out with his roaches. Looking to expand. More lings are amassing for Reynor. The goal here with link speed should be to break this position and to break the third, to contain a laser, and to get away with the Mutas. But again, the laser has a faster lair. Here we go. Our lings are activated. Reynor here moves out. I believe the Overlords will not spot this. Yeah, not yet. Overlords have seen nothing. Roaches are pinned behind the gas geyser. They will reduce surface area. Lings, they collapse in. Again, nice positioning here with the roaches. Very nice, but the hatchery is exposed. And the hatchery will go down. Uh-oh. Oh no, he gets caught out. Yeah, he gets caught out as well. Aye, that should not have happened. A laser, he gets caught out from out of behind the mineral line. Roaches, they get caught out. Queens as well. Heavy losses here for a laser. Heavy losses. And the laser's being forced into a 2-base all-in. Being forced into the all-in. What's brutal about these trades, of course, is the laser, he's trading gas for minerals. Like, so just more efficient trades here for Reynor, bearing in mind that Reynor has increased larva production as well. So this will help when it comes to these link styles and these link competitions. To rebuild and reinforce. Layer is now done, and what's it going to be for? Do we go for... I mean, we're going for roaches. Okay, so it's just going to be Ling Roach. Nothing fancy out of Reynor. Nothing fancy. Right, Laser has some good upgrades, don't get me wrong. Good upgrades, but he's being outscaled. He's being outscaled. Overseer into the main, confirming there is no Spire. Is confirming. Oh, tunneling claws on the way with Burrow. Cheeky moves by Laser. Cheeky pappy. As the Laser's trying to be active. Lings, they bypass the roaches. They come in from behind. They're going for the third base once again. And should force a cancel. And does. There's that cancellation. Lings, they move away. This entire time, Reynor has been building up roaches back at him defensively. Spine Crawler as well, and the Queens of Transfuse. And ideally, Reynor, he just builds up his Ling Ravager. I say Ravager because these Lings, ideally, they can be used to surround to lock down the roaches. We'll see if Reynor even does try to make a more complex army, or just sit with Ling Roach. Laser being somewhat active. Here come the tunneling claws. Overseers. Yeah, Overseers already on the way. I believe that was under that first Overlord, so very unfortunate there. Yeah, he does reveal himself. Laser pushing right down mid. Lings coming in from behind. A couple of them will counterattack. And Reynor, he's ready. He's ready with his concave. And now gonna be collapsing in. Yeah, Roaches, they tried to bust through the third. Yeah, the head of the third base Ling's gonna be from behind. And with that laser, he will lose everything. I mean, yeah, he can actually escape. Okay, he can escape. He breaks through. Tries to break. Oh god, never mind. No. Yeah, with that, he will lose everything. Yeah, the roaches are going to go down. This is all that the laser had. Remember, he has no third expansion. It's been denied time and time again. No third base. Oh, let's go. Kills a roach. Having fun, but GG gets called. GG gets called, and Reynor, he'll take game number 1. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Reynor, he will take a lead in the series. Again, winding it back, it all came down to the initial opener, the 10 pool. The 10 pool against the hatch first. Reynor took a massive lead early on. With that, that's why Reynor looks so comfortable. That's why Laser was stuck on 2 bases, and he could not stop Reynor's fast third. So Laser was just playing from behind. He was just playing from behind. The one chance I would say the Laser had was maybe the tunneling claw play, but it hit so late. There was already detection. It already got spotted. So it was just a very, very difficult position there in a mirror matchup. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he'll take a lead in the series. Now going to be loading into game number 2. Going to be loading into washouts. Let's go. Jumping into washouts. A bit of a larger map, but a much more exposed natural base at least. And we'll see how we open up, as this time we're droning. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of washouts, we have the Polish Protoss, the Polish Zerg player. I'm so used to saying Polish Protoss. True, we rarely cast a laser. True. The Polish Zerg player, the blue Zerg, it is a laser. And spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg. My apologies, I thought it was going to join a little bit more. He's doing the same build, going for another 10 pool. The Italian Zerg for Basilisk, it is Reynor. So we're going for the 10 pool for a second time. Now I am concerned that Laser is going to go for a second time hatch first. Remember that on this map it is a much more difficult to defend natural base, so if he goes hatch first, there's a world where we see the same outcome. I'm hoping that Laser is now a little bit more. It's possible that when it comes to the last game, when it comes to how Laser reacted, it's possible he's just not familiar with 10 pools. It's possible he's just not familiar with it. But after experiencing it in game 1, I'm hoping that he does have a cleaner response here in game 2. Remember, a Laser has to pull the boys, a Laser has to defend with drones, and a Laser cannot lose 10 drones. Last game, Laser lost 10 workers at the start of the game. That's why Reynor was in the driver's seat from the beginning, because of those losses early on. So we got to tighten up that early game defense here to be able to play against a 10 pool. Let's go. Let's go. Is that nice to see a Laser playing more? Yeah, for sure. If you remember, I think it was beginning of this year, if not end of last year, where Laser, he was playing a lot of Age of Empires. He switched to AoE 4 and was playing and streaming a lot of Age of Empires 4. But in recent months, he returned to playing StarCraft, which is nice. But because of that, like I rarely get to cast a Laser like this year. I think this might even be the first time I'm casting a Laser this year in 2026. Just because I did spend a lot of time with AoE for a while. It was a Laser and Sword of. They both switched to AoE for a while. There we go. As Reynor does poke in. Pokes in, the boy's going to be pulled. And again, we'll see if a Laser can minimize those losses. So let's pull the boys. Once again, we got to dance with the Lings, Pap. We got to dance. We can't commit. Nice auto stepping by Reynor. Very nice. It rotates over, does commit to the fight. So this time we do worker drill. Despite that, he's still fighting head on. Oh, not like this. Yeah, not like this here. It is going to be 6, 7, 8 drone kills. Technically not as bad as last game. As last game he lost 10. But this is still too much damage. Like, once again, Laser, he was so keen to fight head on. Oh, he will lose 10. Oh, God. He will lose 10 workers. Some heavy losses for a Laser. And just like last game, a Laser is now going to be playing from a deficit. Oof. Okay, we spoke about it. We got to tighten up against that 10 pool defense, and that is not the case here for a Laser. Initially, it looked a little bit cleaner from a Laser, but he's still just committed to the fight, which is not what you want to do. Like, you don't, as I mentioned, you don't want to commit to the fight. You want to dance. You want to kite back. You need to respect the Lings, respect the Zerglings, pappy. Oh, not quite. So with that, Reynor, he has a comfortable lead. He's going to be able to drone up. We'll see if Reynor is willing to... Oh my god. Very nice worker micro there as Reynor does save that final drone. We'll see if Reynor is willing to go for another fast third expansion, or if he does play it safe, calm down, and play on 2 bases instead. There's kind of two fields of thought here. 2 base play is safer, is much more standard because you have no link speed, but because you know that your opponent doesn't have link speed either, you can try to rush into a faster third. Now, I will say the Laser did take this gas guys a little bit earlier, and he has faster gas income than last game. So, and I believe Reynor is not aware of that. No, he is. He's got it. Wow. Reynor is aware, so he should stay on 2 bases. Reynor picks into the main base. Shouldn't kill any drones. Ling goes down, dips into the main. Ooh, forcing out a spore. Nice damage here by Reynor. Jesus, he wanted that drone. There you go. Link speed is on the way. We're staying in gas, of course, as well. Reynor still going for the 3rd base despite Link speed. So this is going to give a laser the opportunity to punish Reynor. Unlike last game, like there's going to be a window in time where a laser has Link speed, Reynor does not, and a laser can try to punish this 3rd base. I say he can try to. Personally, I think he needs to. I think he needs to because, again, like he just had that worse, that shakier start. I say that he gets his own 3rd. Never mind. Yeah, he's getting his own 3rd base. This tells us that he's going to be droning, saturating, taking gases, layers on the way. Looks like a Ling flood is not imminent here from a laser. Okay. But this is still a different response than last game, right? Last game, a laser was stuck on 2 bases. This time, a laser is taking that risk, taking that chance to take a 3rd. So he's going to try to keep up with Reynor. Try to keep up. Yeah, Link speed is on the way for Reynor this time. I mean, like last game. Once again, just like last game, going to the fast +1 carapace. We did mention this earlier, but on this patch, +1 carapace is much more accessible. Much more accessible. As Reynor, he is amassing Zerglings. A laser is a little bit as well, but later as laser's taking up into mutas. Meanwhile, Reynor is massing up Lings here and now. And I believe Reynor, he has the higher Link count. He does. Yeah, he's far ahead in Lings. With his pathing, he's avoiding all the main overlords. At the same time, a laser going for his own Ling Bane Assault. Minimal defense is back at home for Reynor. And we're about to get rowdy. We might even just base trade. Okay, let's go. Yeah, Banelings are revealed. Reynor pulls away. He does have a queen. But Banelings are looking into the mineral lines. 1, 2, 3. Banelings gonna get baited out. Jesus. Queen gets around it. There's 1 Baneling left. Just 1. Now 0. 0 Banelings remaining at the same time. Reynor does get across the map. There's nothing to defend back at home. Drone's going to be going down, and Reynor just has to minimize losses here back at home, and he will. Yeah, drones, they fight. Roaches pop out. Lings as well. Oof. That was a brutal surround, and Reynor, he defends back at home. Across the map, I cannot say the same. As that's going to be 10, 11, 12 drone kills. The Queen goes down. 13 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Again, Reynor had a very nice round with his own workers, and of course he preserved his Zerglings. So Reynor, he defends, and he attacks as well. He also scouted the Spire. He did scout. And now we can see Reynor just rallying everything across the map. That's just that tool across. Oh, gotta be careful. But he's rallying across the map. Pulls back to the Roaches. No defensive Banelings. All the gas being spent on mutas. Lings, they collapse on the 3rd. Mutas are revealed. And Laser attempts to counterattack, but once again, Reynor's at home to defend. Bearing in mind as well that Reynor does have +1 carapace, so he has a stronger Lings here to defend as well. They're a lot more robust. And much more robust. Nice round here on these Roaches. Lings are out of position for Reynor. So Laser will clean this up. Will clean up the main army. Will defend. And I believe we have limited anti-air. These mutas have potential. They have a little potential here. Back at home, lair is done. We're making more queens. And for Sagement, it's going to be a queen infestor defense with spores. It's not going to be easy. Oh. Reynor, he will delay the 3rd. Breaks in, pulls away, keeping a laser busy, allowing Reynor to finish up these spore crawlers. Let's let him finish. Reynor and me making overlords. We have 2 infestors on the way. And the game will continue from here. Now, Reynor, he is perpetually ahead economically, that is true, but a laser, he's at least catching out overlords, he's at least getting map control, and from here he can try to recover. It's still going to be a rough road to recovery, but these mutas have potential, right? They have a lot of micro potential. We can dip into mineral lines, get a drone here and there, catch a transferring queen. Nope. Poke in. Catching out a couple of drones. So far, that's one drone going down. Catching out one worker. Looks like a laser's going to commit. Actually, he's not droning. He's getting a third base. That's true, but we're making Massling Bane instead. Okay. It's going to come down to the fungals. It's coming down to the fungals here, as that's a lot of banelings. Again, it's all or nothing for a laser. He's forcing himself all in. Jesus. Banelings, they almost connect. But last Reynor, he does bob and weave. Banelings rolling in. Queens are ready. Show us the fungals. Show us the fungals, back. Banelings, they try to roll in. Massive connections with the Lings. Do connect with the Lings. Meanwhile, the Queens, they hold their ground. Oh my god. they're tanky. The Queens are tanky. As they rotate into the main. Again, they pull away. I love that Reynor, he doesn't react to this. Because he has 3 Spore Crawlers in the main base, he does not react to the main. Keeps the Queens ready here at the third. Then counterattack the opposing third base. Reynor knows that he's ahead economically. Up. Ooh, that's a cancel. It's going to be a cancellation. Reynor unable to pull away. And we're getting to our hive. This should be for, I mean, Adrenal 1, but Vipers would be ideal. Fungal Viper or Fungal Parasite Pum would be ideal against these Mutalisks. You know, Reynor, he has his own defensive Banelings. Oh no! Jesus. One Queen goes down, nice Fungal. We do get a bit of a chain Fungal here, but there's not much of a follow-up, and they're catching out one Mutalisk. Oh, the others, they rally. No, no, they rally in. Yeah, miscontrol by laser, he's distracted. Lings, they bust into the main, they bust into the natural. Drone's gonna be going down. Yeah, laser, massive distraction. GG gets called, and Reynor takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. And GG, well played. Reynor, he will claim a lead. Again, Laser once again had a shaky start. Did have a different kind of follow-up, of course, going into Muta play, and was able to build up his Mutas, but was perpetually behind in the economy the entire game, just like game 1. And the question is, Reynor, does he keep going for the 10 pull? And a Laser throughout the course of this series, does he get better at the defense? Because so far, he has been struggling. It was a little bit better this game, but he still did lose 10 drones at the beginning, which is brutal. So we'll see. We'll see how Reynor does adapt. Sorry, how Alasia does adapt, if at all. I'm concerned. I'm concerned. Let's go. We're getting into our next game. We're going to be loading into Attorney's Edge. Two of those games so that message. I mean, just as a reminder, Reynor, he began by killing 10 workers, so that's kind of what it came down to. That's why Alasia was playing from behind. But here we go, getting into our next game and spawning into the bottom right-hand corner of Attorney's Edge. We have the Italian Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-0. It is Reynor. And he's doing it again. 3 games in a row, 10 pull. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the red Zerg player. The red Zerg player, the Polish Zerg. Are we going to go pull first? Oh, hold on. Nah, he's joining. It is a laser. So let us go. And 3 games in a row. 3 games in a row, 10 pull again. Every single game, Alaser's been playing from behind. He has been struggling in the early game. And we'll see if he goes hatch first. 3 games in a row against a 10 pull. Not saying it's a build order win, not at all. Again, we did speak earlier how it is possible to defend against 10 pulls with a hatch first. It's just very difficult. You have to lock in. You got to lock in. You have to be very, very precise with your control, with your micro. Otherwise, it will all fall apart. We can't lose 10 workers back. Let's go. Let us go. As we have our link production on the way. Things are moving out. And a laser, he'll soon see the build coming his way, and we'll see how he does react. I mean, he's been more the boys. It's just it comes down to the commitment of the workers. We have to calm down with how hard the laser's been committing to fight with his workers, with his drones. There we go. Here comes Reynor. Boys are being pulled. And they get the dance has begun, Pappy. We gotta dance. Don't commit. For now, it does give chase. Does give chase. So far, nice starts. Actually, things have arrived. And Laser pulls back. Thank God. So, if you're watching Game 1 and Game 2, at this point, Laser would have already been fighting, which would have been disastrous. But this time he comes in with this round. Ooh, the flank was a little bit too late, though. Oh, it was a late flank, and it's gonna happen again. Ay, ay, ay. We did not have to fight there. 7 drone kills early on. Hatchery gets low. Now we surround the spawning in Lings. Oof. And lost mine time. Lost mine time as well. And is it gonna be 10 again? Oh no, can you get it? 9 dead workers. Ay, ay, ay. And again, Laser was doing so well for himself. He was doing so well initially, but the moment that he turned to fight was the moment that he lost everything. Like, we have to calm down. At least it's not as bad as 10 workers, but what I will say, what is worse is that we had even more lost mine time. So it might be 1 less worker kill early on, but we had a lot of lost mine time there for Laser, a lot more than previously. So a rough start for a Laser. Reynor takes the lead. Now up in workers, up in saturation. And unlike the previous game, oh, nice round of the Queen though. Okay, nice round. Ooh, does barely snipe the Queen. Okay, so a Laser, he gets something for his troubles, but unlike last time, there's no gas. Remember, last game, there was faster gas income to be able to get into link speed, to be able to have some kind of presence. Here, 0 gas, which means Reynor should be safe to take a third base. To expand, to be a little bit greedier, as he's still scouting in the main base, still confirming there's nothing here, as there are 0 queens. Yeah, no queen, no gas. We gotta respect the 10 pull back. We've gotta respect it. No. But based on this game especially, it does look like a Laser doesn't have any practice with it, and he's been slowly like learning from game to game to game. Like, I would say that this defense here is probably the best defense we've had this series. Still wasn't good. It still was brutal, but to me at least, like, especially seeing how he was avoiding the fight for the longest time possible until that surround, it did seem to me like he's kind of like figuring it out himself, like what you can and what you can't get away with, and what works, what doesn't work. It is rough that he was testing these games in the playoffs to figure that out, but that's my perception of these last 3 games, is a Laser slowly learning like the power and the strength of a 10 pool and adjusting to it each game. There we go. From here, again, we're both getting into link speed. Reynor is claiming his third base. It is going to be a much faster... Oh, actually, the third base is actually on par with a Laser's third, so both players being greedy, but Reynor's going for a link flood. He's going for a link flood. Now, thankfully, there are going to be some banelings to defend. Here we go. We have 2 banelings going to be morphing in. We do have the link flood across the map, and I believe Laser has spotted this link flood, and it all comes down to the banelings. Can we connect? Can we defend? Can we defend? Oh, actually, my apologies. Reynor, he's just posturing here. Link speed is not going to be impacting this. Huh. So Reynor, he's forcing a massive reaction here out of a Laser. And a Laser internally is not aware that Reynor cannot have link speed because of the 10 pool. So really nice damage here by Reynor, and a bit of a misjudgment here by a laser, as he did not have to react this hard. Reynor just droning, saturating, getting further ahead. Getting further ahead. And a laser might just be forced into a 2-base all-in. He's making 10 roaches as we speak. They're still under saturation at the third. Nah, he's droning. Okay. So he's making safety roaches and then droning up, which once again means that his economy is going to be even more delayed. Roaches get spotted. Queen gets surrounded. Oof. Nice catching the queen. Making up for the earlier loss that Reynor had. Meanwhile, Reynor cancels the infestation pit. I did notice the pit earlier, but no, he does cancel. Getting a second Eva chamber, doubling down on Roach Ravager. I believe the pit was in case it was going to be mutas, but Reynor has identified and confirmed that it's not going to be muta play due to the amount of roaches and lack of gas. I mean, there is no lair. Oh, it's a hatch-based all-in. Okay. Yeah, it's a hashtag all-in, so a laser's all or nothing. Either this kills Reynor or he dies trying, as a laser's going to be outscaled. Why is that? Well, Reynor's working on 1-1 upgrades. He's working on roach speed. Remember, a laser has nothing. There's no Eva chamber. There's no lair. Just one massive all-in for a laser. Oof. Cannot push up this ramp. Reynor buying time, distracting a laser. A laser turns around. Oh, a laser drones? Oh, no. So a laser, he doesn't believe... I mean, I don't blame him. He doesn't believe he can succeed with this all-in. So laser backs off. He now starts the lair. Whereas roach speed is almost complete for Reynor. Oh, it's a really rough decision to make. Very rough decision. But basically a laser, he has no faith in his all-in, so he's going to try to transition. But it's such a late tech here. The tech is so delayed for a laser. Does get fling run by. Dips in. Dips away. A laser, he will be able to cancel the 4th base. So it does cancel an expansion, buying time. So whatever he can to delay Reynor, but again, Reynor's almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. And there is no defense. No shot. It's gonna be 0-0 versus 1-1. Ashema, papi, shema. As Reynor moves in, splits up his army, collapsing on the final roaches. And with that, Reynor's just going to snowball out of control. GG gets called, and Reynor, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. I think I said the wrong name towards the end there. But GG, well played. Reynor, he will claim the series. Again, Alasia just had a very rough early game. Every single game. The 10 pool was brutal. 3 games in a row, getting 10 worker kills. I guess here towards the end, he did only kill 9 drones, but still extra lost mining time on that mineral line as well. So just some shaky early games out of a laser. But based on my perception, it looked to me like a laser didn't really have much practice against 10 pools. And it looked to me like he was trying to see what he could get away with against a 10 pool, and trying to test the waters to see how greedy can be, when to engage, when not to engage. It's just a little bit rough to see that he was kind of piecing that all together and figuring that out, mid-tournament, mid-series. As each time it did seem like it was a slightly better defense from a laser, but not good enough. Not good enough. And with that, Reynor, he does claim the series. And with that, we can get ready for our next matchup. Un momento. Here we go. So we have more Zerg matchups. Up next is going to be a ZVP between Serral and Skillus. So bearing in mind that Reynor is going to be waiting for the winner of said series in the next round. Let's go. Let us go. So we do have our ZVP. Going to be loading into lockdown. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of lockdown, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the top right corner, we have the blue Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Team Liquid. It is Skillous. Let's go. Let us go. We're jumping into our next series, our next best of 5. And we'll see how Skillous is approaching the meta here. Now, what I'm most curious about when it comes to casting HomeStory Cup is, as always here on the CranKy Ducklings, we've been casting a lot of Korean StarCraft. So much Korean StarCraft over the past 2 weeks. I'm very confident when it comes to where the meta currently is when it comes to Korean SE2. When it comes to European SE2, I cannot say that with anywhere near as much confidence. So I'm curious to see how the European players have been approaching the current dilemma that is the new patch, that is the new Zerg, and whether or not it kind of like goes in line with what the Koreans are doing, whether they're doing their own thing instead. So what's happening in PvZ in Korea? Well, one of two things: either rushing into Skytoss, triple Stargate Void Ray into Mothership, into Skytoss, or Mothership rushes into Void Ray play, or Mothership rushes into early charge, Glaive Adepts, 2 base all-ins, 3 base all-ins, just hyper aggression or attempted hyper greed. It's typically one or the other from Korean Protoss players. Curious to see what players like Skillous or Showtime or Hearthstone or what some of these other European Protoss players are up to. Let's go. Let us go. First things first, Serral is for safety on natural. From Zerg, it's pretty standard. Like, as in, ZVX matchups have not changed. So there's no like new styles or new builds against Terran or against Protoss from Zerg. It's all the same, just buffed and bolstered because of the lava change. So that's why we're mainly looking at Skillous to see what he does kind of get up to. We shall see. I guess we also are familiar with like Max Pax and his play just because he's active in the online tournament scene, but like players like Skillous and Hearthstone and Showtime are less active. They're much less active. So I'm curious. So now we are looking to move out. For now, just droning, saturating. We'll soon get into our tech of choice. We'll soon get into our attempted Stargate play, I would imagine. We might see Twilight Council play at his Skillous. Like, he's willing to mix things up. I still remember back in the day when Skillous was going like robo openers when no one else was. This was like maybe 4 years ago. Or was it? Looks like there was maybe some connectivity issues. But hopefully it all gets cleared up. And it's going to be the Stargate. So Stargate open out of Skillous, everything's normal. From here, we do have a choice to make, whether we go Oracle or Void Ray. Void Rays are a good way to deny vision, deny scouting, and then you can high tech behind it and go into triple Stargate Void Ray, or go into Fleet Beacon in the Mothership, or go for a fast Twilight Council, or you could even go for something more standard even as well. So eyes are on Skillous. Serral pulling out of gas, still saturating, building up a semblance of Lings to keep up with the Adepts. None of them are degen rushing. I mean, we spoke about it during Pegasus Cup this week, about the devolution of ZVP in the current meta, especially amongst the Koreans and top Europeans. We have been seeing a lot of, because we've seen so much Skytoss out of Protoss, we've seen the return of German taxis, and it was during Pegasus Cup where we casted a game which was Void Ray opener into triple Stargate Void Ray versus German taxi between Hero and Solar. And I was like, this is just a carbon copy of a game from like 2021. Like, it was like so ZVP has been devolving into like COVID era like games, which is not good. But again, we'll see as we're opening up Oracle, right? Skillous is going Oracle. So our Oracle base opener. Lings they poke in. And they pull away. And with the Oracle base opener here, it looks a little bit more standard out of Skillous. Saturating his third base, or Luna saturating his third. There's no early Twilight Council, but these are early gateways. Huh. You have my attention. So usually at this timing, instead of these two gates, we'd see a Twilight Council and a Forge. Or at least Twilight Council gates. But there's no tech. And Skillus is the kind of player that has a lot of intentionality when it comes to his builds. Sentry? Oh, okay. We're going for like a Soul Train. I did miss the first 2 sentries being built, so very early sentry production here. Very late tech out of Skillus. Okay. Let him cook, Pappy. Let him cook. Let him cook. Is this just hyper greed? Like, no, sure, we're going for like a vanilla gateway move out. We wouldn't do that with a Forge. Okay. Fast warp-ins? We are. Is this like a variation of solo all-in? I mean, before that happens, the Queen does push forward. Catching out 1 Adept. Catching out 2. Ooh, 2 Adepts 2 go down. Getting a 3rd as well. Heavy losses there for Skillus. But this is an all-in. This is an all-in. That's why we have the fast warp-ins, the fast pylon. Here we go. It's going to be Vanilla Adept Sentry all-in. Okay. This is unique. It's very unique. Things they threaten the pylon. We cannot lose it. So if this pylon goes down, that's the end of the all-in. That's the end of the aggression, and all this will be shut down. And now we're rushing Fleet Beacon. Okay, this is looking more standard. Fleet being behind this, Robo as well, working towards the mothership, working towards Robo-based production. Unfortunately here, Skillus is in a rough position. This move out from Skillus needs to get damage done because his tech is so late. We try to emphasize that. Very, very late tech here for Skillus, so he's behind when it comes to the growth of his tech and the growth of his army. The Sentry move out did not deal the damage he was hoping for. I'm sure Skillus wanted to push into the bases and wanted to threaten the natural or the 3rd. But he failed to get close. So this is a rough start for Skillus. The build was fancy, it was cool, but didn't pay off in the end. I will say that at least Skillus saved all the sentries, that's true. That will allow for Skillus to maintain the 3rd, but this means that Serral can freely drone up to 80. He can just drone up to 80 workers. Pokes in. Mothership is on the way. Now, again, because this is so... never mind. I was going to say because this is so low tech, in my mind it makes sense if Skillus just waits for his mothership and then pushes out with everything and tries to end the game. But Skillus is getting a Twilight Council, so he's trying to take up a little bit further. And now getting a 4th. It's a very messy game from Skillus. But we'll see if he gets away with it. We'll see. I'll say that right now the biggest thing that should be on Skillus' mind is to slow down and hinder Serral. The idea, I mean, we've already seen it, it's too late. Like, he's already peak saturation, right? 83 drones, like, so he's reached peak saturation. He's where he wants to be. And Serral can now max out. So the soup is lying to you. The soup is lying to you. The supply might look similar, but Serral is about to explode when it comes to that supply. And with that, he's going to be able to gain map control, spread more creep, take more bases. Skillus is stuck at home. Oof. Yeah, cashing out the Zealots. And there's just nothing really here to defend. Like, there's no blink, there's no charge. It's at least currently a very hollow army here for Skillus. Due to the build of choice, of course. Like, it's all by design. Like, it's it's just a really rough position to be in. Like, quote unquote by design. As I mentioned earlier, like, Skillus ideally wanted to get more damage done, like, most likely economic damage done with his sentry push. Serral's maxed out. And Serral, he should be looking to trade now. Should be looking to trade. And when it comes to this composition, Skillus, again, it's still very gateway centric. He's got +1, soon to be +2, I guess. So he's catching up in terms of upgrades. Storm does help for sure. And now we're catching the head. Oh no, the Templar! Oh my god, massive connections. The Templar get caught out, and Skillus will lose everything. Ay, ay, ay. He got caught with his pants down. The pants were down, all the Templar full, Mothership as well, and that is going to be game. As Skillus, he will lose everything. Again, I thought the game was going to progress a little bit further here as we tried to stabilize and turtle up on 4 bases, but Skillus, he got caught out in the open, lost everything. GG. GG, and Serral will take game number 1. Whew, GG. We'll take a lead in the series. Again, a really interesting build out of Skillus. I'll be honest, I have not quite seen anything like it thus far on this latest patch. So it's an interesting build. But as we saw, it is quite heavily reliant on catching your opponent off guard and getting damage done with that first sentry push. Without that damage, Skillus fell far behind. He fell far behind. Like when it comes to the growth of his tech, the growth of his economy, like Serral very quickly outscaled. I mean, any Zerg player would have there, just because of the failed move out from Skillus. I guess I should also say, fortunate that Serral did make some safety units and was able to prepare in time for it, to shut it down, to come in from behind. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting to game number 2, going to be loading into Sanctuary 3. Here we go. Loading into game 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg. Oh. The Red Zerg player himself representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Protoss player, the blue Protoss himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Here we go, and we'll see. I'm curious to see what Skillus brings to the table this time. Again, so far, like, game 1 was probably the most interesting game that we've had today. Like, it was a very unique build. We didn't get to see any of that during the previous ZVZ. We didn't really, it wasn't too successful, but it was outside the box, which I appreciate for sure. Like, to me, it felt like there was a lot of thought put behind it, and obviously very specific things needed to transpire for it to be successful. But I'm ready. Show us what else you got, Skillus? Este Nikita. What else you got? Another. But now Serral does expand at the unnatural natural at the 3rd location. There we go. So we're not going to be opening up. And from here, just hatch gas pool, save that open out to Serral. Really rise up once again, mainly going to be on Skillus, right? So mainly on, do we go Stargate, do we go Twilight Council, do we go Robo, do we do something crazy like go Stargate into triple gates like we saw last game into early Sentry production? I don't expect to see that again this series, but like it to me, it sparks some innovation here from, like, clearly there's something more innovative coming from Skillus. So I want to see, Pappy, I want to see. What is the mind of Skillus brought forward? Serral does pick up with the Overlord. Saboteur is outdone. And again, we're just waiting for our tech of choice here. We're still expecting Stargate play, but We'll see. I guess coming into this, welcome to Sanctuary 3. Sanctuary 3 is a much more defensive map of the map pool. We do have a ramp coming into the natural, so a very defendable on 2 bases. The third base is also relatively defendable as well, just because of the terrain, the choke point, the slow zones, the towers you can knock down as well, the points of elevation, the other choke points. So there are definitely ways to slow down an oncoming army, to delay a push, and to secure your 3 base setup. So if we were to embrace a bit of a more back and forth game, it could be on Sanctuary 3. But we'll see. For now, Stargate. Stargate opener. Skillets, let's back in. Pokes in, pulls away. Is once again going to be the Oracle opener. Once again, going to be the Oracle opener. No Void Ray. No shenanigans yet. So say Threat in the Shade. And we're still waiting for a take of choice here. So far, it is just going to be the second gateway. So 2 gateways here at the natural. From here, we're expecting our third base to be taken from Skillus. There we go. Probe is moving out for the third. Adept's in position to defend. Link pokes in. Does not confirm whether or not there is a third. Yeah, so Serral has to reconfirm. He has to check. He's moving out with the Zerglings. Oracles are deflected. So far, Serral's keeping up with the aggression, with the Oracles. We'll go for the surround and we'll get the Adept. Okay, not bad. Yeah, 1 Adept goes down. A nice pickoff. And so far, a decent start for Serral. Pulls back, drones up. Safety Roach Horn out of Serral, so playing it safe. Meanwhile, once again, 2 more gates. Before the tech, that's the most important thing here. This before the Twilight Council, before the Forge. This time we're going actually into a higher gateway count, so we're going into a 5-gate setup. Okay, hyper aggression here from Skillets, getting up to 2 base, 6 gateways. It looks like a fake third. This looks like a fake third base. Looks like a 2 base all in. And are we going for a slow lot all in? Remember, there's no charge. There's no Twilight Council. No charge. No blink. No glaives. Just vanilla gateway units. We are still staying in gas. Okay, we're still staying in gas. Is it just vanilla Stalker? Oh, we're about to find out. Where? Okay. Does saturate or does rotate over? Setting up his third. Now, the issue with whatever Skills is doing, whether it's Mass Stalker or Mass Adept, is that Serral's playing safe and did go Roaches. So he's building up a Ling Roach army. This is very, very safe coming into the mid-game. Catching out the Adepts. Ooh, catching out 3. 1, 2, 3 Adepts go down. It is going to be Mass Vanilla Stalker. So Stalkers are amassing. We have proxy pylons being set up here on the left-hand side. And how many gates is it? 6? Yeah. Sorry, 7. So it's going to be a 7 gate all in. Reinforcing on the left-hand side, building up to 4 oracles. Let's go. This is a very hero-esque build. And this does hit harder because of the fast warp-ins. It does dives on the queens. Gets 1. Yeah, 1 queen goes down. Roaches are amassing. Time is of the essence. One of the oracles is going to get picked up. Ooh, massive pickup. 1 oracle goes down. Oh no, the other oracle. Second oracle falls. Yeah, some rough losses there for Skillus. Losing 2 oracles. Again, warping in 6 stalkers at a time. But again, Skillus is running out of steam. With those reinforcements, though, he does have some momentum. Momentum is there. But remember, Skillus is all in. Like, he needs more damage. As Ravagers are building up. Friendly fire. I mean, the overlord was going to go down there anyway. Reinforcing pylon to keep warping in. Again, either Skillus kills Serral or he dies trying. Serral supply blocked. True. Big supply block as well. 4 overlords on the way. Serral collapsing in. Oh, it does pick up 3 more stalkers. Aye, aye, aye. Where are the oracles, by the way? Yeah, the oracle's out of position. Palisade grazed the army. Some rough losses here with the stalkers. Oof. And Skillus is running out of time. We gotta keep going. We gotta keep going. Oof. Catching at a Ravager. Ravager goes down. No more roaches are gonna be stuttering. Yeah, they're gonna be stuttering in. Yeah, roaches are amassing. Queens, they're building up over time as well. As we're building up more queens. And GG gets called. The all-in fails, and Serral, he will take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, this variation of all-in, it was a 7 gates, like 2.5 base all-in. It does hit faster because of the fast warp-ins due to the pylons, of course. But this was a variation without blink. So typically this is done. This is something very similar to what we've already seen so far. In the new meta, what we've seen is 8 gate 3 base blink all in. Like, that is something that we have seen in the meta. This is a variation of that, so without Twilight Council, without blink, and with 1 less gateway, so it does hit a little bit earlier with under 3 base saturation. So this is supposed to catch your opponent off guard. It's meant to be more of a surprise because it does hit faster than a regular 3 base all in. But the issue here is that, again, Serral did play it safe, did get the safety Roach Warren pre-scouting. He didn't even know what was going on. Serral did not scout the all in, but he was playing it safe anyway. He was playing it safe, got the Roach Warren. With that, he was able to buy enough time to build up his Zing Roach. He caught the first wave of adepts as well, and that took away a lot of the teeth of said all-in. And GG. GG, well played. With that, Serral, he was able to catch out the first 2 oracles, if you recall, with the queens, build up his Roach count, and eventually, over time, again, we just ran out of time. Skillus, he ran out of time, and with that, we're getting to game number 3, going to be loading into Fear and Faith. Let's go. We go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Fear and Faith, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Basilisk, leading the series 2-0. It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Teal Protoss player. The Teal Protoss himself representing Team Liquid. It is Skillus. Let's go. Let us go. And again, Skillus, now 2 games in a row, has brought together some very unique builds. I did mention previously that 3 base 8 gate all-ins with blink is a lot more common in PvZ, but this was a very unique variation, going up to 7 gateways under 3 base saturation without blink. So much faster all-in here from Skillus. Unfortunately, Serral was playing it safe, and he was able to shut it down ahead of time, catch out some key units and slow down the aggression. So in that sense, it did kind of fall apart. But really cool to see that, again, we've been seeing 2 very unique games from Skillus so far. What do you have for us here in game 3? What's it going to be? Unfortunately, it hasn't really quite worked out. It's like Serral has just been playing very safe every game so far. And because of that, the aggression from Skillus has been falling flat. If Skillus' opponent was just playing standard and skipping roaches and going Ling Hydra, for example, or even Ling Muta, then Skillus' builds would be so much more successful. Not saying that they would kill, but there'd be a lot more momentum behind them and a lot more bite behind them as well. But again, it's just been safe play out of Serral. From here, we're going across the map. We welcome to Fear and Faith. Welcome to Fear and Faith. 4-player spawn map. You can spawn in bottom right, top left, and bottom left as well. So 4 possible spawn locations. Serral, he does scout diagonally first, but the second overlord will find Skillus. Meanwhile, Skillus, he is scouting top right. And using the monorail system, going top right, he will not find Serral yet. He might just, yeah, he's going all the way. Oh, that's brutal. He's going all the way around, and he will eventually find Serral, but it will be the last place that he will scout. Oh. Oh, wait, no, sorry. He sends out a second probe. Okay, yeah. He sees. He's still going. Wait, what? So Skillus, he finds Serral. And are we going for a ninja third? Okay, okay, I can get behind that. No, sorry, wait, whoa, hold on. 2 more gates get thrown down. It's gonna be a 1 base all in here. Is Skillus going for a ninja natural and faking a 1 base all in? But this is a big hit. This is 4 gates. Okay. I mean, it is short rush distance by ground. If the plan was to yeah, okay, we're going in. Ah, okay, proxy pylon inside of the main. I was so confused. I was trying to think, I was like, it doesn't make any sense to expand here, but it doesn't make any sense to proxy here either. Like, in my mind, I was trying to piece together what's the purpose of having a worker top left, but it's to sneak into the main. To sneak into the main base. Let him cook. Again, he's been cooking the entire series. Este Nikita. Every game. It's been something different. None of it's worked, but I appreciate it. Oh, the probe gets scouted. The probe is scouted, the first pylon gets seen, and Serral will see if he has the wherewithal to check that proxy location. Ay. Warp gates are finishing. Here come the warp-ins. Yeah, so far Zelsa is distracted the main. Warp-ins, they continue. Oh, Zelsa get locked down. Yeah, they are going to be locked down here. And surrounded. Catching another Zealots. Again, it's just purely slow lots. Just a 1 base solo all in. Ooh, catching out 3 Zealots though. Ay. And this is shut down. It's completely shut down here. GG gets called, and Serral, who will claim the series 3-0. Serral, who will advance on into the upper bracket semis. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Serral, he will claim the series, but again, a shout out to Nikita, because Skillus, as I mentioned, like, he did something different every game, something very unique. A bunch of aggression, a bunch of all-ins. None of it worked, but I but I appreciate it nonetheless. Here in game number 3, going for the 4-gate 1 base all-in, slow lots all-in, going for the proxy pylon inside of the main. Game 2, it was the 7-gate 2.5 base all-in with vanilla stalkers. In game 1, it was the early sentry adept move out with vanilla adepts with 4 sentries pushing across the map on lockdown. Alas, again, 3 very unique builds. Unfortunately, Serral was playing it safe. Here in game 3, he scouted the pylon, so that prompted him to make more lings, to bring together his queens, to defend in the bases. Before that, he was also playing it safe, getting into roach production as well, to shut down the earlier aggression from Skillus. GG. GG well played. Serral will claim the series, but I appreciate that Skillus was very exploratory in this series, for sure. For sure. GG well played. With that, Serral will advance on, and with that, we are getting ready for our next matchup. We're going to be going on a short break. Here, and when we come back, we'll have our next series. It'll be Clem versus Christiana. We'll see you soon after the break. Oh, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup, number 29 playoffs day 1 broadcast. We have made it through 2 best of 5 so far, featuring ZVZs and ZVPs with Reynor, Laser, Serral, and Skillus. And now we're going to be jumping into the second half of the upper bracket quarterfinals. Let's go. Let us go. As we switch the scenes over and catch up on the bracket itself, as you can see here, both Reynor and Serral did advance on to the upper bracket semis. Meanwhile, we have 2 more series remaining in the quarterfinals. It's going to be a TVP between Clem and Christiana, and a ZVP between Lambo and Harsta. Oh boy. We're getting there. We are getting there. When it comes to our first matchup here, I'm curious to see how Christiana will perform. Christiana, he has been looking very good as of late, and we missed it in the group stage. But if you're curious, one of the big names that was favored to make it to the playoffs that didn't was Big Gabe. Big Gabe, he failed to make it into the playoffs, and who stopped Big Gabe from making it here? Christiana. Christiana did defeat Big Gabe in the group stage, and Christiana did advance on it instead. So I'm excited to see excited to see his PVT, to see how he brought down Gabe and how he compares to Clem. Let's go. Let us go, as game 1 is going to be on Rainfall. Oh, the Christiana, papi. True. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Rainfall, we have the French Terran player. We have the red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the left hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Onside. It is Christiana. Let's go. Let us go. From here, we are going to be calming down. We're going to be settling in, and we're going to Rainfall. Rainfall is one of the smallest maps of the map pool. Short rush distance by ground. Aggression is heavily favored here on maps like Rainfall, and because of that, we do typically favor Terran. Terran is usually favored on these smaller maps. It does mean that they can hit these 2 base all-ins and aggression just that much harder on Rainfall. We'll see if Christiana can keep up, as especially when it comes to the current meta of TVP. We've been seeing hyper aggression from Clem. Clem has been very in the face of his opposing Protoss players, with 1 base all-ins, 2 base all-ins, proxies. Like, it's been hyper aggression from our French Terran, and again, we'll see if Christiana can keep up. We'll see if he can survive said aggression. For now, we're moving out across the map, setting up what looks to be an eBay block. Ooh, and a successful eBay block on this map is going to be brutal. Yeah, Christiana, he moves out, SV is moving in. And what I mean by that, so the outcome of a successful eBay block is to force the unnatural natural. And if Christiana is forced to expand at the 3rd location, that's going to be so difficult to defend. Oof. Yeah, eBay is on the way. No denial or scout here from Christiana. Ay. Not like this, papi, not like this. Yeah, Christiana, he'll now scout, he'll now confirm. There's too much progression on the eBay. He has to expand to the 3rd. And again, the 3rd base is so exposed on this map, regardless of 3rd. Yeah, going for the northern 3rd base, going for the linear 3rd. Again, this expansion is on low ground, and this is prime for a 2 base all-in. Like, it's prime for Clem to punish this with a 2 base all-in. There's a cancellation. Now, Christiana, he will hide his probe bottom left. Interesting. Cybercore is on the way. Show us what you got. The best defense is a good offense. Show us the pylon. Show us the setup. Cybercore is done, so we're not rushing into any like hidden proxy Stargate or anything like that. It's going through the mind of Christiana. Rebuilds back in. Let's back in. Doesn't quite get a worker. Behind this, we have Clem going for his own standard kind of 1-1 follow-up. Now, what we're expecting from Clem is a 2nd Rax before Starport, and maybe even a 3rd Rax before Starport. But if we actually go for the 1-1-1 instead, then this would be indicative of standard play. More standard play. Christiana throwing down extra gateways. We have a 3-gate setup before Twilight Council. Wait, what? Cristiano, we're setting up for a proxy. Again, this is a heavy gateway count pre-tech. Reaper is scouting here for proxies. Yeah, it's going to be an all-in. Cristiano setting up. Hyper aggression from Cristiano. Gonna be able to warp in across the map. But I do like this. Like, in general, because this third base or because this natural base is so exposed and so vulnerable, like, the goal here for Cristiano is to be hyper aggressive and to force Clem to be defensive. As here come the 3 warp gates coming online very quickly. So fast 3 warp gates, fast warp-ins across the map. Here they come. At the same time, Reaper does get 2 probe kills. And here comes Cristiano. He's pushing. Behind there's no safety bunker. Tank is still on the way. SCVs will go down. And here we're gonna keep pushing. Gotta keep going. Getting 1, getting 2. 2 SV kills. Tank has arrived though. Yeah, the tank is here. Tank shot the Stalker. Oof. 1 Stalker goes down, but miscontrolled by Cristiano. We gotta back off. No! Yeah, he's not controlling. Cristiano, yeah, focusing elsewhere. Cristiano, he will lose so many Stalkers. That should not have happened. 4 Stalkers go down. Cristiano, it looks like he was controlling back at home. Not like this. Oof, gets baited in. And this has been a shaky start for Cristiano. The Reaper does poke back, it does hit back into the main. Does get a full scout, confirming the tech. Gets eyes on Twilight Council. Now, so what's been happening in this game? Because of the delay on the Twilight Council, because of the commitment to all these gateways, Cristiano had to do damage. But because Cristiano lost all these Stalkers, it has not been worth it, which means Cristiano, he's falling behind. He has an exposed 2-base economy, but also he has late tech, late Twilight Council, late upgrades, and nothing to show for it. As Clem is successfully defended, successfully built up. And Cristiano, he needs to find damage here. Whether it's SCV kills, whether it's picking up the tanks, rotating into the main, but there is no blink, and there won't be any blink. It is charge. Oof. Cristiano throwing down extra gates. Throwing down extra gateways. Cristiano's trying to build back up. Blink is out on the way, claiming a 3rd base. I mean, he's at least containing Clem, but this is less Clem being contained and more Clem just chilling on 2 bases. Like, like there's not really much keeping him back. We're waiting for Stim to finish. When Stim is done, Clem can start to push, and I'll be honest, it's going to be a hard defense. It's going to be a very difficult defense here for Cristiano to slow Clem down. It's going to be very difficult. I do think that the best that Cristiano could hope for is to backstab and to delay the push from Clem, but the problem is he doesn't have blink, so there's very limited ways to backstab at the moment. We'll snipe a tank, okay. Not bad. 1 tank goes down. At the same time, Clem scouts a 3rd. Is where the expansion. Clem is getting a 3rd CC himself. And with Stim finishes, here comes the move out. Oh boy. So Stim will complete, still waiting for the medevacs to support the army. Oh, water charge on the Prism. Prism does get away, but also sustains some hull damage. It does take damage. Clem stimming out. Dust him out to claim his third. Cristiano trying to move in. Cristiano does have Storm, but I believe there's no Templar. Where are they? Okay, here they come. Okay, Templar on the way. Now, there is a chance if Storm can connect, then maybe Cristiano can claim this fight. But I mean, look at the supply disparity here. This is an example of the soup not lying to you. It's not lying. It's oh no. It's rare, but it happens from time to time. The soup is telling the truth. Storm in the zoning. Oof, better Storm here in the main army. Very nice. Observer gets caught. Forcing the repair. There's what I want to say 3 Storms left. Warping into the main. Clem is distracted. Nice positioning though. And nice positioning overall. Storm coming up. Not quite. Storm not quite coming in. Clem defends the main. Losing 4 CV so far, and Cristiano pulls away. Oh, Cristiano does pull away. This was some okay damage. Oh, the prism goes down. No backstab. No counterattack potential. And we're still waiting for Clem's move outs. But he might just defend. Yeah, he's taking his gases, setting up defensively, taking up armories on the way. Goes Academy as well. So this is kind of like traditional TVP over the past couple of years, where Clem learned this the hard way, especially in the last patch. For the past like year, 2 years, a lot of Terran players have kind of like adopted this mentality of, in a game state like this, it's just, why risk pushing when you can just defend and just get further ahead, right? I would argue that Clem could move out right now and could kill Cristiano, but because of the threat of Storm and because of the threat of a counterattack even as well, which isn't as applicable because the prism went down, but because of these threats, like there is a world where you can just throw. Where you can throw your lead, you can take a bad fight, and despite being ahead, you can still lose the game. So Clem is playing this out much, much safer, just getting further ahead and being more defensive. Again, this is a trend that like started happening like maybe 2 years ago, maybe 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe more than that. Yeah, we're getting old. Like I'm thinking about like the site Delta map pool, which would have been what, 2022? It started when the Protoss like Masquerade style, like the Swarm Toss style, started getting more popular. Like this kind of like cheaper composition, cheaper, more efficient composition got popularized. As yep, Clem is getting a 4th base, getting more CCs. Just being hyper defensive and just hyper turtly. And again, like as I mentioned before, the rationale behind this from Terran players is just like, there's like, why risk losing the game by attacking? Why risk it? many a TVP was lost by attacking. So yeah. I will say that that this style was less popular last season. I say last season, last patch, just because of the growth of Protoss, like getting into the mid to late game. There was a lot more urgency to push. But I mean, at least Clem does find his way across the map, but not with everything. As here we go, reinforcements have arrived. Clem moving in. We all know that Clem does like to take showers. He does like to take storms to the face in TVP, so just taking it slow, playing it safe. Storm and Marauders. Nice, very nice anti-armor missile. The armor shredded here on the main army. Close trying to move in. Nice snipe on one High Templar. Yeah, Storms are trying to come in. Oh, the snipes though. Ooh, EMP lands. Yeah, lands EMP. No more Storms. Colossus go down. A very strong fight here from Clem, and Clem will just overwhelm the army. No Storms landed. Colossus went down, and no splash damage. Even here, ooh, snipe goes off. Yeah, snipe goes off, and the top base will fall. And GG gets called. GG gets called. Clem, he'll take game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. He'll claim leading the series. Again, it was just a very rough start for Cristiano. Winding it back. Remember, Cristiano, who was playing from behind, he was forced to take the unnatural natural. His response was 3-gate aggression, and it was not worth it. He lost so many stalkers in the early game, and he delayed his own tech as a result, so he couldn't really threaten his opponent. We saw this all culminate in the storm push at the third base, but Clem shut it down very hard and was looking very comfortable from there. Just getting further ahead. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're now getting into game number 2. Going to be loading into Rorschach. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom hand corner, we have the French Terran player. We have the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. Representing Team Liquid leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have the Polish Protoss player. We have the blue Protoss representing Onside. It is Cristiano. And what the hell were the vetoes? Because game 1 was Rainfall, game 2 is Rorschach? That's crazy. For those who are curious, these 2 maps in game 1 and game 2 are the smallest maps in the map pool. Straight up, you don't get smaller, you don't get more aggressive than that. And again, typically these small aggressive maps favor Terran. They favor these all-ins, they favor these sim timings, they favor Pool and the boys. Usually the Protoss player benefits from larger maps because then you can engulf the map, right? Then you can mass expand, get up to 4, 5, 6 bases, get into your mass gateway composition, maintain map control, and overwhelm. So this is a very, I would say, yeah, unique. It's a very unique approach here from Cristiano to decide to allow these small maps through the veto process. It tells us that most likely Cristiano, he's being aggressive himself. And we saw that attempted last game, where he attempted to go 3-gate, right? He was going 3 gates pre-Twilight Council. It means that I'm expecting something like that here as well. Whether it's like 4-gate blink play or extra gates before Twilight Council. eBay once again, going for the eBay block. Again, I will say these eBay blocks are stronger on these smaller maps as well. Because these third bases are more exposed and more vulnerable. I'm still not convinced, but I still don't like that Cristiano's letting these maps through the veto process, but okay. Let's expand at the linear third location at the top side. Expanding away from Clem. From here, Clem just getting a CC on location. Single gas opener, so Rax expand economic starts out of Clem. And we'll see where he takes us. Just going Reaper first into Reactor. Moving out to Scouts. When it comes to the map itself, it does feature a very short rush distance by ground. Features healing pads here in the center. We do have some hybrid bases, gold base on the top side as well. There's a lot of really unique features, of course, but typically we see short games on this map. Like, mainly mid-game play. A lot of aggression, a lot of all-ins. We'll catch one probe. Nice catch here from Clem. Again, the Reaper did arrive a couple seconds sooner, and that is a second Rax before factory. Ooh, are we going for 3X? We are! Yeah, 3X stims, or hyper aggression, early stim timing out of Clem. Ooh, and that is a Stargate. I don't know if I want to say this is a build order win, just because I know that timings are a little bit different, and they're all a little bit more in flux in the most recent patch. But what's happening here is that Clem, he's building up a mass amount of bio, going for a very strong stim timing on a small map as well with a healing pad, so he technically could stim even early on and then heal up as well. Like, he can freely stim a little bit better on his side of the map. So this is going to hit harder than normal. Meanwhile, Cristiano, he's going Stargate play, which is great to harass, but this is not good to defend, and the Oracle will confirm. Oh no. Clem, he sees, he does confirm. Oracles and Phoenixes do not help. They barely help here when it comes to defense against 3-Raxes. 3-Raxes, they're designed to kill and punish this kind of play. If you remember, this was popularized back when Phoenix Colossus was a thing, and to punish players going Phoenixes. Rushing faster Robo and faster Colossus was a way to counter this, but yeah, the Phoenixes, they can lift up one Marine at a time. Oh boy. Unfortunately, Cristiano just doesn't know, right? Cristiano, he has scattered nothing. Like, he has 0 scouting information at the moment. 0 information. Just a really rough position here for Cristiano. Stim is creeping up on being halfway done. So again, we're just waiting for Stim, combat shields. Once that kicks in, bam, it's going to be go time. And we'll see when Cristiano figures out what's happening. Now, what I will say, thankfully, I don't know if you noticed this, but Cristiano, he only made 1 Phoenix. Only 1. Now we're going for a hard switch into Blink. On the one hand, I do think this is... He scouts. He just saw the Marines. On the one hand, I do think this is good. On the other hand, though, it's still a bit of a waste of resources to invest into a Stargate and into a Phoenix, and for that to not really pay off. So, like, it's still a shaky, rough start for Cristiano because he teched into a certain direction that didn't really provide any value. You could argue, like, oh, he's able to scout. We could have done this with a hallucination, right? Could have seen the same outcome, if not even faster scouting from a hallucination. Oof. Phoenix taking a lot of hits. Army's moving out. And what do we have to defend? Blink will not factor in because it was a Twilight Council after Stargate. That's why it's so late. So no Blink. We do have 2 batteries here at the 3rd, at the northern base. So 2nd battery is on the way. We're going to have a bunch of vanilla stalkers. I think if we can engage ahead of time on top of the ramp, then I believe that Cristiano can defend against this. But here comes the first sim. Yeah, first sim is spent. We'll catch 1 stalker. Gets 1. Gets 2. Oh. Yeah, 2 stalkers. 3 stalkers go down. The Phoenix as well. Very nice target firing here by Clem. He won't break through, but he trades well. Does trade well. As he wants another stalker, and he gets it. Oh my god. Jesus, the burst damage is crazy. Yeah, stalkers, they go down one after the other. There's 3 stalkers remaining. And again, technically Cristiano, he will hold, as he will lose he'll lose the sentry as well. Does preserve his mineral line, does not die straight up to the 3-Rax, but he does trade awfully here. He trades so much gas for minerals. So a much more efficient trade here from Clem. And behind this, he's switching into Marauder production, into a better army against Wing Stalkers. You catch us too. He does Stim. 3rd CC on location. That one does go down. I mean, with this Stim, that was a pretty brutal move here from Clem. The army is softened up. And Cristiano, the pressure's on. Now we have extra Marauders. A nice movement by Clem. Does punish, and we'll get 1. Oh. Barely not. Barely does. Does get 1 more stalker. Every stalker counts. You can see the Marauder count slowly getting higher and higher. 3rd CC is finishing. 3rd Nexus is still finishing up as well. So again, Cristiano is down in economy, even on bases where he wants to be up in expansion against Terran. And Clem is outscaling. Straight up. He's just outscaling at this point. Catching out of the Stalker. Clem getting further ahead, going for his own drop. I believe that's 2 Marauders. Yeah, 2 Marauders going down. Ooh, but will be punished. but Cristiano has to do everything he can to keep Clem busy. Like that's the purpose of this. It has been some brutal trades, and Cristiano has been leading out some stalkers, but he has to be this active here. Meanwhile, at the same time, drop comes in. Drop moves in. Oh my god, the probes! No! They came back too soon. 9 probes go down. Ay, ay, ay. Cristiano get pulled away and then come back too soon. Not like this. Yeah, 9 probes go down, Stalkers get caught in the center, and Clem's just getting further ahead. He's snowballing out of control. Now it's time to push. He's got his medevacs, has his main army. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Oof. Cristiano has to get the hell out of here. Let's try. Behind this, he has 2 batteries still at the 3rd. Nothing at the natural location. Widowmines, they can just zone away. Charge just now finishing, but there are many zealots. Yeah, there are many charge lots. Base out 1 shot, base out 2. Base out a couple shots. So still 2 shots left, and GG. Yeah, GG gets called. There's nothing to defend. And Clem, he will take game number 2, claiming a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Again, just a very unfortunate start for Cristiano, going for the Stargate opener on Rorschach, which is crazy, by the way. I'm still not entirely convinced as to the rationale as to why both Rorschach and Rainfall were allowed through the veto process. Rainfall made a little bit more sense just because we did see Cristiano be hyper-aggressive himself, but here going Stargate play was very bold and again had a very shaky defense against the stim timing, partially because Cristiano didn't scout until very, very late. It was a late scout, a late realization, a late reaction from Cristiano as what Clem was up to. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going to be loading into game 3, and now we get to go into a bit of a larger map here. This is where Cristiano should be finally feeling a little bit more comfortable. We're loading into Sanctuary 3. Here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 2-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player, the Polish Protoss, representing Onside. It is Cristiano. Let's go. Let us go. We're settling into game number 3 here, and welcome to Sanctuary 3. This, again, is a larger map of the map pool, much more defensive on 2 bases, and much more defensive on 3 bases as well, at least compared to the last 2 maps that we had. So, if we were to start a comeback, this would be the map for it. Up until this point, though, like, Clem has been in control of the series, has been dictating the pace of the series as well, both game 1 and game 2. So coming into game number 3 here, like, we'll see how Cristiano will adjust, we'll see how he'll change things up against Clem. We'll see. So we're going to be calming things down. Once again, both games we did see that Clem was able to eBay block. I don't see an eBay block happening here on Sanctuary 3. So again, like, there's just a lot of features when it comes to the map itself that should be favoring Cristiano, or should just be giving him a much more comfortable time in the early game. As for the first time this series, he can actually expand. Speaking of, I saw that camera hole key location. Interesting. And now, framing is natural, pulling back. Cristiano does scout into the main, and Cristiano will confirm the economic opener. Ranks expand here from Clem. Everything looking standard. Ooh, oh god, the depot lift was brutal. Probe does go down. A nice defense here by Clem. Nice catch. Clem can set up at the natural. And we'll see if Cristiano goes for a Twilight Council opener, goes for Stargates. I wouldn't be opposed to a Stargate opener here on Sanctuary 3, but I don't like the idea of going Stargate 2 games in a row. Like, that's usually Stargate play is something you do once in a series. It's not something you want to rely upon. Meanwhile, do you remember earlier I said that I did point out the peculiar hotkey location that was made? This location here, we're going there. So Cristiano, he did set this up at the beginning of the game, did notice it, and we are making use of it. So Cristiano moves out. We do have a second gateway back at home. And it's looking like an all-in. This is looking actually very similar to game 1. Yeah. Here we go. So 3 gates at home, 1 proxy pylon across the map. We're going for a vanilla gateway aggression early on here. I want to say borderline all-in. It's, again, today is the first time I'm like seeing these builds, so I don't really know how committed it is. I don't really know how much damage needs to be done to make this viable, but it is very committed regardless. I just have to keep that probe hidden. Oh no, he gets out. He gets found. He gets found out. Probe goes down. Aye. This will delay the proxy pylon. There's no pylon set up, and Clem is even looking as well. Okay, backup probe. Backup probe through the center. Setting up here on the high ground. We're gonna have 3 gateways to warp in. And remember, we saw this build in game 1 on Rainfall. And Cristiano, he did fumble the ball on Rainfall. Oh, this is bold. it's just dead set in the face of Clem. Barely out of vision, but it's not even on the high ground up here. Like, what the hell? Cristiano, calm down. No shame. No shame. So we're moving out with 5 stalkers. We can warp in and reinforce 3 stalkers at a time. Gateways are online. Just waiting for the warp in. And then it'll be go time. There we go. 3 extra stalkers, so 8 stalkers in total. Meanwhile, Clem has to buy time for the tank. The tank is halfway done. Nice concave here on the high ground. Remember, there's no blink. Boys are being pulled. A nice reaction, and he'll get 2. He'll pick off 2 stalkers. 2 stalkers go down. Boys are hit the tank. Has to pull away. Has to get back. Hasn't lost any ACVs yet. Now losing 1. And tank does siege. Bought enough time. We're holding onto the auto turrets. 3 ACV kills, 4 ACVs. But Clem will survive. Oh, and Cristiano's not done. Oh, okay. We're going to keep going. He's going to keep pushing. Denies the natural. You can see Clem leapfrogging forward. Does mass repair. 1 stalker goes down. A bit of a premature auto turret here from Clem. Yeah, a little bit premature. Now he's out of auto turrets. Cristiano's still going in. Still commits. Oh. Catching out 6 more CVs. And denying mining. And because it's denied mining, I believe that Cristiano, he can macro behind this. Twilight Council is now on the way. Clem is going to be able to hold on. Actually went Banshee with this as well. Okay. Just go 1-1-1. Raven into Banshee. And we're hoping that Cristiano gets out of here. Remember, there's no blink. There you go. Does recall. Bleeds out a couple of stalkers. And in the end, how many stalkers went down? 6. So 6 stalkers for 6 SCVs. A bit of a 1-to-1 trade. The pylon is going to go down as well. We did see a little lost mining time at least, but remember, Clem has mules, Clem had the better economy to begin with, and tech has been heavily delayed for Cristiano. So is this enough damage? I think that Cristiano's in a decent position here. I think it's decent. It all depends on whether he can defend against a counterattack. I'm referring to the Raven. I'm also referring to the second Banshee. So if Cristiano can minimize losses against the Raven and Banshee harass, I think he's going to be fine. But we'll see. Actually, Clem's pushing with everything. Oh. Okay, it does move out with everything. Raven attempting the flank. Remember, blink is not a factor here. Losing a stalker. Cristiano trying to hit him from behind. Taking a lot of hull damage. Does take damage. Does not pick up the tank. That was a little bit greedy. Gets a Marine. Slowing down the push. Cristiano, he needs to slow him down. Because this is a hefty army. 4 tanks. I was assuming Clem was going to harass, but no, he's just committing with everything. He has a massive army. Gets across. Sieging up. Blink is 10 seconds away. Blink will finish. But this third is denied. Yeah, the third is denied. It will not finish. Should be cancelled. Tank stays run away the stalkers. 4 tanks siege up. And there's a cancel. Yeah, there's a cancellation. Massive pickoff. Remember, recall's on cooldown. Boys being called into 4 tanks. Oh no! Yeah, nice auto turrets. All the probes, they will go down. Nice focus right here on the Immortals. Immortals, they go down, and Clem snowballs out of control. GG gets called. The tanks, they annihilate the Stalkers, and Clem, he will claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semis. GG. GG, well played. Again, I want to say that Cristiano was much more successful this time with this build, going for the 3-gate setup, proxy pylon into 3-gate aggression early on. It was successful, but unfortunately, because he delayed his blink for so long, because his tech was so delayed, and because he lost so many stalkers, he couldn't contain Clem. Clem could not be contained, and Clem was able to build up his tank count up to 4 tanks and 2 banshees, just maximum amount of DPS available there, and he got across the map. GG, well played, was able to siege up in between the bases, and Cristiano could not stop Clem. Cristiano, I would say that he was heavily reliant on containing Clem, and what really allowed for this to really pop off and snowball out of control was the recall. Because Cristiano was trapped inside of the natural, he was forced to recall. If that recall hadn't happened, then Cristiano could maintain his position, at least threatening the natural and just outside the natural to slow down any kind of push in a meaningful way. But because of that recall, there was a massive opening, allowing Clem to just send everything across. Just move out, send across, and to commit, to break free. So just a brutal moment there for Cristiano. GG, well played, and with that, Clem does take a 3-0 lead, or does claim the series 3-0. GG, well played. Also didn't help that Cristiano lost 6 stalkers in the aggression as well. Also didn't help. But with that, so we are now getting ready for our next series, the final series in the upper bracket quarterfinals. It's going to be best of 5 between Lambo and Harstem. Two good friends, 2 teammates. It's going to be a Shopify team kill. And who do we favor coming into this? I'll be honest, like in my mind at least, these 2 players are close in skill. I lean more towards Lambo. In recent years, Harstem has taken more of a content creation route, and Lambo has still committed a little bit harder to like self-improvement as a player. So I lean more towards Lambo here, but I'm excited to see what Harstem brings to the table. Similarly to Skillus, right? Like Skillus brought 3 very unique builds to the table against Serral, which I was very happy with. I want to see something like that here as well. Let's have a look together. Let's go. As game 1 is going to be on Rainfall. Buenos días, Pablo. Oh, la grasa, Pablo, la grasa. Buenos días. Buenos días. As spawning in the bottom hand corner of Rainfall, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the red Protoss player himself. Also representing Shopify for the land of the Netherlands, it is Harstem. Let's go. Let us go. We are settling into game number 1 of our fresh series, and once again, we've been casting a lot on Rainfall here tonight. Very small map of the map pool aggression is favored, and I usually want to favor Zerg players in ZVP when it comes to aggressive maps. So eyes on Harstem, why did we not veto this map, and what do you have in store for us? What's it gonna be? Go. Yeah, it's from here, Lambo forsake the unnatural natural. There's no early pool timing or gas timing, just hatch gas pool. Again, we don't really expect anything quirky or crazy out of Lambo. When it comes to ZVX matchups, has been unchanged in the recent patch. So we should be seeing more of the same. Really shots on Harstem to mix things up himself to try to surpass the threat that is Lambo. So we saw some 3 very quirky, very unique, aggressive builds out of Skillus previously. When it comes to standard play as of late, it has been Skytoss. So Stargate Opener into Triple Stargate into Mass Void Ray, or Stargate into Fleet Beacon into Mothership Rushes. Glaive Adepts, true. Glaive Adepts has also found some success in recent times. So does Harstem go into what the meta has been dictating, or does he have some other unique builds? I think one of the issues, though, I would imagine, is that if Hearthstone was trying to cook up some unique builds, like if there's anyone that he would have practiced with, it would have been Lambo, right? Like they could not predict that they would play in the playoffs. Like that wouldn't happen, and especially because they knew that they weren't in the same group either. So there's a very high chance that, again, if Hearthstone was practicing, it would have been with Lambo, and that does hurt if he was trying to hide certain builds or hide a certain style. It reminds me a little bit of DreamHack Dallas. I think it was Dallas or Atlanta, like maybe 2 years ago, when Hearthstone, he was whipping out this really unique build in the group stage, where he was going for insanely fast third bases and baiting out like Roach all-ins and punishing it from players like DRG and Solar. And a lot of the Korean Zergs were actually struggling against Hearthstone. Like Hearthstone, he beat a lot of top Zerg players in that like open stage bracket. And then he hit Lambo, and Lambo just completely shut him down. Because Lambo was familiar with it. It's crazy. I think this was around like 2 or 3 years ago. And I can't remember if it was DreamHack Atlanta or Dallas, but it was in the Americas. It's in America. It was a DreamHack that everyone went to, like everyone, almost the entire Korean scene like flew over for it, and the open stage was stacked as a result. Incredibly stacked. For now, Lambo pulling out of gas. Stargate open out of Lambo. Sorry, out of Hearthstone. The other one. So Stargate open into Oracle. Everything's looking as it should be so far. So far, so good. Opening up double Oracle, so no Void Rays. No Void Rays, no denial of the... I mean, I said no denial. The Stalker rules don't away the Overlord at least. We see Lambo checking for the third location. We should be seeing a third base soon, as the Oracle does poke in, and we'll get one drone. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 3 drones go down. Nice damage here from Hearthstone. Does pull away. At the same time, the Overlord goes down and will supply block Lambo for a couple of seconds. There's that third expansion, and it's going to be on Lambo to confirm. Uh-oh.
Newly birthed queen ready.
Things they poke in, they pull away. They confirm the third. And there's no early tech. Oh, Skillus, is that you? This is looking like the Skillus build. Did they cook it up together? Yeah. 3 gates. 3 gates. 4 in total. Yeah, we're just going for a vanilla gateway all in. Skillus did this earlier, this broadcast against Serral. The same build. Same build against Serral. Okay, let him cook. Now, against Serral, it didn't quite work out as Serral was playing very safe. He was playing very, very safe, going into a Roach base opener. Lambo was being greedy. Lambo, never mind. I was going to say Lambo's going for the early Eva Chamber to +1 melee into a later tech structure, but he's still going Roaches, so still safe play at a Lambo. Safe play. Ooh, and the sentries to tell. Like, the sentry should not exist at this stage of the game. Lambo, he sees! Yeah, he knows. Yeah, he scouts the sentries, massive tell, massive scout. Lambo taking his gases and getting ready for Roach production. Lambo's getting ready. Hearthstone's pushing. Hearthstone, he's on, is it 7 gates? 6. Okay. He's on 6 gateways. And we need a reinforcing pylon. There it is. Yeah, pylon in the face of Lambo. It's all or nothing. Either Hearthstone kills Lambo with this or he dies trying. Again, there's no upgrades, no blink, no charge, no glaives. Roach production has begun, but there's a window in time here pre-Roach. Ready for the Spore. Lings, oh no, they're coming from behind. A big cancellation, delays the warp-ins. Delays reinforcements. 1 Spore falls. Here come the warp-ins. Ravagers are amassing as well. And here comes Hearthstone. Here comes the all-in. So far it's gaining a little more ground, partially because of the map as well, compared to Skillus. Force fields, they lock down some of the Roaches. Yeah, Roaches being locked down, but that's going to be a lot of Zealots falling. Yeah, we're running ourselves. No, the Oracle overextends. Yeah, big overextension. Oracle goes down. Running out of force fields. That was the final force field. The final force field. And this is not good enough. Yeah, this is not good enough. Lambert has plenty of overlords. So Lambert, his economy is untouched. Sentry's going down. The all-in is failing. And Harsum, he starts to transition. Gas is back at home. Forge back at home. Ay, ay, ay. Harsum, he believes that the all-in has failed. It has. And Harsum is now far behind. As Harsum is trying to macro out of this, but he has a lot of catching up to do. Fun fact, Lambert actually, he didn't get an upgrade because he saw the all-in coming his way, so because that he will not have the upgrade advantage, but Roach Speed is coming, and when Roach Speed finishes, then Lambert can push. And I'll be honest, I don't see Harsum defending that third. It's going to be a tough hold. It's going to be a very tough hold. Harsum did at least delay the third. Sorry, the fourth. Delay the fourth base. Cannons are being thrown down. Shield barriers are being thrown down. As you mentioned, it's going to be a very difficult defense at the third base. Harsum is very aware of that as well. That's why he's throwing down all the cannons. Meanwhile, you can see how open the third is as well. Specifically on this map, it's a very difficult to defend third. That's why all-ins are favored, and this is an all-in. Lambert cutting works at 60. That is under 3-base saturation. So 3-base all-in. Ling Roach Ravager. Roach Speed is almost done, and Lambert's going for the kill. He's going for the kill. Force fields, they will delay some of the army. Roaches, they bust in. Yeah, they bust in. They take over the high ground. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, forget about the third. We just take over the natural. And as a result, the cannons and shield batteries are not coming into play. They're not coming to play. Cybercore gets sniped. Sentries as well. Only solo warp ins. Now we just collapse in. We collapse into the base, we collapse into the third. And again, Harsum cannot defend against this. Not like this, not after the failed all-in. Looking at the cannons, the stalkers, the batteries back. And we just rally. Yeah, Lambert just rallies across. We can see Harsum trying to warp in some units here, but GG gets called, and Lambert takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played, Lambert. He will take a lead in the series. Again, it's an interesting build here from Harsum. I say from Harsum. I don't know who came up with it, or it might be a joint effort, because Skillus did something very similar against Serral. Very, very similar here. So I would not be surprised if they were both working on the build together, actually. Wouldn't be surprised. But GG, well played. As in the end, Lambert, he played it safe. He had the safety Roach Warren. He confirmed the all-in coming his way. Did have some limited time to react, and we saw that Harsum was able to gain some ground, but he could not push into the bases. We saw that the mineral lines in the economy at the third and natural were untouched. So we saw that as time went on, it was becoming better and better for Lambert, as Harsum was on a timer there. He was on a timer, and now we're loading to game number 2. We're loading into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Washout. So we have the German Zerg player, we have the blue Zerg representing Shopify, leading the series 1-0. It is Lambo. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Red Protoss player, the Red Protoss himself, representing the land, from the land of the Netherlands, representing Shopify as well as their teammates. It is Harster. Let's go. Let us go. So we're settling into game number 2 here. Settling into game 2. Now, Skillus had 3 unique builds. No shot that Harsum does the same 3 builds, right? Like, no, he's done 1 so far. So eyes are on Harsum. Keep an eye on him. If you remember, game 1, Skillus did attempt the sentry base, like gateway all in. Game 2, Skillus went for a like 2.5 base, 7 gates vanilla stalker all in without blink, but did hit very early, very fast, very hard. It was meant to. And then game 3 went for a 1 base all in, 4 gates. That's at least what Skillus did. So eyes are on Harsum. As for now, we're just going to be opening up. Lambo does take the unnatural natural. If Hearthstone does have the same builds as Skillus, then we're expecting like a 3-base all-in with a Stargate opener into no Twilight Council. But again, I would imagine that they've got like they've been cooking up some other stuff. I would imagine. I'm ready. What have they been cooking? So now just gate expanded to Cybercore, everything's looking normal. From here, we're expecting a Stargate as well. Technically, we could see Hearthstone deviate, but it's been quite rare to see like Twilight Council based openers just because it's much more all-in, much more all-in than previously. Because you have to invest into warp gates. We'll see. As a Paladin has been thrown down, and we'll soon get into our tech of choice. Likewise, Lambert just getting link speed, pulling out of gas. Everything's looking normal, droning, saturating, gaining map control, at least looking to. Stargate opener out of Hearthstone. And we'll see if he does play Skytoss. Something that we did take note of for Skillus is that he did not play Void Ray at all in his series against Serral. Even though that's a style that's been permeating throughout the Korean scene and players like MaxPax as well. I'm curious if Hearthstone is also willing to play that style or not. As all the top Protosses have been embracing Skytoss. But again, we didn't see that as Skillus, and we might not see it from Hearthstone either. We'll see. Lings, they dip in, they get a full scout. Ooh, Lambo, he will scout the first unit, confirming that there is no Void Ray. It is Oracle first. So very nice scout here from Lambo. Shades away. Yes, there's Solens, back. 254, 245. Crazy, crazy. See if he can keep up. It's going to be a very intense week of StarCraft just because we have Crank Gathers as well. Crank Gathers is tomorrow morning. I'll try to keep up. I'll do my best with that schedule. From here, Hearthstone is claiming his third. It's been a very relatively tame game. The Oracle this time failed to do any damage. Last game we saw 3 drone kills. This time just 1. So 1 drone kill with the Oracle. I believe it was a drone. Yeah, just 1 drone kill. Nothing crazy. Going into 2 Oracles. Now it's from here where now we're waiting to see: do we go for a Gateway Explosion or a Twilight Council or a Forge? Oh, it's gonna be option 3. We're rushing into the mothership. Let's go. So fast fleet beacon here from Hearthstone. This is what the Koreans have been doing as of late. I say Koreans, all the top Protosses. So I say Koreans, but I also include MaxPax in that as well. So we're rushing mothership. Oracles they pick in. Now, we'll see if this is going to be Fleet Beacon into Skytoss or Fleet Beacon Mothership into a ground toss army, which has also been mixed in as well to go into like mass charge lots. Like +1 charge, Mothership just to support, no second Stargate. Lambert does poke in, doesn't see anything yet. Mothership is now in production. We're still waiting for either a second Stargate or a Twilight Council. We're waiting for the tech. Oh, I was thinking just get in. Hero? the walls of the wall. They get a full scout. They confirm the Fleet Beacon and the Mothership as well. Ay. Yeah, that should not have happened. Hearthstone doing his best hero impression. Not like this. Not like this. Yeah, Natural's just wide open. And Lambo responds with the Hydra. I do like this. Now, typically, Hydras do not scale well against Sky Toss, but because Lambo got a full scout, he confirmed there's no second Stargate. There's no second Stargate, there's no Void Rays, so going Ling Hydra would be ideal here, as he's actually going Roach Hydra. Lambo committing to Aspire and committing into Corruptors, it would be very difficult just because if he overcommits into an anti-air army, then the ground toss catches him off guard. Remember, it's a ground toss composition, only a mothership to support. As the mothership has arrived, proxy is being set up here for Hearthstone, throwing down the pylon, and Hydra production has begun. Lambo just needs a little bit of time. He needs time. Hydras are amassing. Charge is going to be on the way. As I mentioned, charge into Archons and Storm. Lambo is still squeezing out a couple of workers. And Hearthstone backs off. Yeah, Hearthstone does retreat. Pulls away. Now, I will say that because of Hearthstone's aggression here, this is scare Lambo, straight up. That's why Lambo has undersaturation. But oh, I forgot, this is a hybrid expansion on Washout. So despite the undersaturation from Lambo, the hybrid base does make up for that, actually. Ay. So Lambo's looking pretty good. He's looking very good here. I was about to criticize his lack of workers, but again, the hybrid base makes up for that. And what does this mean? Well, this means that Lambo's about to max. Lambo's about to max out. What's slowing him down here are the Overlords, but there we go. He just made 5 Overlords. Yep, knocking down those rocks. Lambo, he's about to skyrocket ahead in terms of supply, and he's going to leave Hearthstone behind. Hearthstone, he's going to be outscaled here. Hearthstone is heavily reliant on a couple of things. One is going to be the Slow Zone. The other is Cloak and Storm. Problem is, Storm isn't done. Storm is not done yet. And Lambo, he's already maxed. He's at 180 supply. He's maxing out. Up to 190. Moving in. Storm isn't ready. Contamination. No, the contamination in the main. Yeah, massive move here. It does contaminate the upgrade. Storm will not finish. And without Storm, there's no defense. I mean, the Cloak and the Slow Zone does help. But a brutal contamination. Cybercore goes down. Only Zealot Warpins. Army gets owned away. Storm's out to finish. Storm. No! The second contamination. He layers them, Bappy. He layers them. And with that, he can just move in. There's a Cloak. Cloak is activated. Oh my god. Yeah, Immortal still goes down. Detection was available. Robo's under threat. We still need more time for Storm. 13 seconds. Contaminate runs out. Yeah, it does run out. And GG gets called, doesn't matter, too late, and Lambo, he will snowball out of control, he'll take game number 2. GG. Whew, GG, well played. Massive contaminations there, as we saw 2 contaminations back to back in the main base. Without Storm, there was no defense. Even with Storm, it was going to be a very, very difficult hold there for Hearthstone. Without Storm, there was no chance, and with that, Lambo does snowball out of control, breaks to the third base. GG, well played, and with that, Lambo is up 2-0 in the series, and we're hoping for a back and forth. We're hoping that we can see a greater series here. So far, it's been nothing but 3-0s, but the pressure is on Hearthstone. Yeah, the pressure is on as we're getting into Sanctuary 3. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg player himself. We have the German Zerg leading the series 2-0. For Shopify, it is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from Land of the Netherlands representing Shopify. It is Hearthstone. We go, and again, just brutal with those contaminations, making sure the Storm was a non-factor, and without it, again, there was no defense there for Hearthstone. Whew. But here we go. Now we're setting up here on Sanctuary 3. Once again, on this map, it is a little bit more defensive. The idea of getting into the mid-game here for Hearthstone is going to be a little bit more possible, more viable here on Sanctuary 3. but we'll see if he can get there. We'll see. As I can't imagine he'll be going for the Fleet Beacon this time. It's just really unfortunate. Remember, Lembo got a free scout. He got a very, very early free scout with his Zerglings. The wall was wide open, so Lembo was able to scout and confirm the Fleet Beacon early. Same with the Mothership production. Was able to react with his Hydras, of course, defend, and just snowball. So just, we got to look in. Like, Harstom's got to tighten up his early game, tighten up his mid game to minimize scouting, to keep Lembo in the dark, and to pop off with his attempted build. We'll see. We shall see. So from here we are going to be building up. No sniping of Overlords. I mean, there was no way for him to snipe Overlords. As a reminder, remember, there was no blink. Because of the build that Harstom went for, there was no blink available. So he had very immobile anti-air units. He was heavily reliant on charge lots and storm instead. So I don't blame him for not sniping the Overseers that pulled off those contaminations. Likewise, I didn't see if he had Chrono Boosted Storm. It's possible he did. Before the contaminations, of course. So I wouldn't fault that necessarily. I would put a little bit more emphasis on his lack of denying the scouts earlier in regards to prompting Lambert to go for that big, move out, that big timing. As Lambert had all the information he needed to be aware as to what Harstom was up to. Yeah, the Oracle Spot Stalker. Yeah, Vanilla Stalkers, like, I don't expect them to deny Overseer Scouts. Like, no. Or to believe that Contamination would be a threat just because Contaminations are so rare. So I would not put that on Harstom. From here, though, Stargate opener out of Harstom is going to be building up. From here, most likely into Oracle opener, and we'll see where it takes us from here. Claiming a third base, but then we'll keep an eye on the Twilight Council timing on the take of choice. Whether we go Fleet Beacon again, we could just run it back. I would say that this should be an easier map to defend on to get away with something like a Fleet Beacon, but I said this before when it comes to like Stargate openers and TVP, I don't like the idea of going Fleet Beacon twice in a row, but we'll see. Just because I feel like you need to keep the Zerg player guessing as to what you're doing. So it's just very, very risky if you go for the same build. For now, the Oracle does move out. Third base will soon be taken. Watching Fleet Beacon, the Mothership, and Storm to defend it all in is maybe a bit much. Just to clarify as well, Lambo's attack was a response to the Mothership. It wasn't the other way around. It's a response to what he had seen. There we go. Go. As the 30 is actually a little bit late here for Harstom. He went for extra, yeah, so it's a little bit late, but third base now on the way. Does move out. Oracles are being kept back at home. And we're going for a safety Roach Warren. Okay, so safety Roach Warren at Lambo. It does mean that if Harstom does go for an early Twilight Council, then Lambo will be ready for it. So playing it safe. Oh, that's a Robo follow. Okay. A Robo follow-up at a Harstom. Now, if this was pre-patch, I would assume that this would be Robo opener into Twilight Council, Temple Archives into an Archon drop. But from my understanding, especially because of the Warp Gate change, Archon drops are not really viable. So this might be Robo into Bay into Fast Colossus. Let him cook, baby. Let him cook. But this is very unorthodox. Very, very unorthodox. Oh, okay, he's feigning aggression. Does push across the map. I mean, I say feigning aggression like he's trying to force a reaction. Remember, Lambert did play it safe, so Roach production's underway. Lings are building up. And Harsem has to be very careful here because remember, Harsem is basically faking an all-in. He's faking an all-in. He's getting a Forge, getting a Robo, getting upgrades. He can't afford to lose too much. Harsem poking in. And we have the answer. It's going to be Bay and Twilight Council. So Colossal production in towards some upgrades. Now, the scary thing about Harsem, what Harsem is doing here, is that Harsem is forcing a big reaction out of Lambo, and he has to be able to survive the counterattack. that's the scary. That's going to be the scary part. Is that at a certain point, Lambo's going to realize that, oh, you're not all-inning me. Oh, well, I guess I got to make use of this army, and that's when things get a little bit scary. As we do see Roach speed on the way, plus on melee, droning. Lambo has now recognized that it was a fake out. Lambo now knows. And we'll see if Harsem is able to get away with it. Now, oh, we can see something here. Lambo's stopping droning. He stopped droning. He's making a bunch of roaches. He's going for a big push. Overload speed. German taxi. Let's go. He's going for the German taxi. It's going to be 3-base all in here out of Lambo. Harsem back at home. Disruptor first? Okay. It's okay. Okay. Let him cook, Baffy. Okay, let him cook. Going Immortal into Disruptor. This is very risky, considering the fact that this becomes dead supply if the Nova does miss. We're throwing down some cannons, shield batteries. Again, the all-in is coming. Brutal supply block. Ah, it's a long one as well. Yeah, pylons now being thrown down. He's still making more disruptors. This is crazy. Disruptor defense? I mean, Novas are good, but we'll see. As Lambo setting up his drop at the same time towards the natural. Again, Lambo has not made a drone in quite some time. Here comes the army. Lambo's almost maxed out. He's almost maxed out. And here comes the taxi. Here come the queens. Queens are coming as well. And this all comes down to the Novas, to be honest. It all just comes down to Novas. First Nova goes off. Nice connection. Yeah, nice connection so far. Softens up the army, but we need more than that. We do need more. Drop is coming in. Second Nova goes off. Oh, ooh, the splits. Better splits here by Lambo. Yeah, better splits. Drop comes in. Does unload. Lambo pushing into the third. Nova once again does connect with the Roaches. Good connections. So far, these have been good connections. We rotate towards the natural. Another Nova goes off. Oh my god, massive connections on the Roaches, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Novas are paying off. They're doing well. We need more. Now, so far, Harsem, he has defended. He defends the natural. Buying more time, building on more disruptors. So far, so good. So far, so good. And Lambo backs off. Yeah, Lambo, he backs off. Droning has begun. Infestation, but as well, the all-in has failed. And Harsem, he holds. He holds on. He gets away with it. He still has to be careful, though. Jesus. Still has to be careful. Link drop into the main base. Catching out a couple of workers. Nothing major. 3 probes going down. Now, on the one hand, it's cool that Harsem held, but on the other hand, what's the plan here when it comes to like where are we going? like in regards to the composition? So we have a couple of disruptors. We have charge on the way. Charge is a little bit awkward with disruptors, like when it comes to splash damage and when it comes to support. Like personally, I'm still a little bit perplexed as to the end composition that we're trying to work towards here. And it's a little bit awkward just because of the robo opener, right? Because of the fast robo. And Harsum is going to attempt to go into Sky Toss from here with this is really messy. Like this is really, it's a really messy setup here out of Harsum. The beginning was solid, but Harsum's not going for a counter all in. He's teching and expanding. That's the thing here. Whereas I would have expected him to commit, but he's not. He's not committing. Just posturing in the center. And build up his army at the same time. Lambert setting up some massive counterattacks or even flanks. Can he surround the army? Uh-oh. It's coming from behind. Stasis trap goes off. Very nice stasis traps. Shots and overs. And nice war swords as well. And then we connect with roaches. We're connecting with banelings as well. Nice novas. Novas are connecting, and Lambo trying to force his way through the slow zones. Yeah, an awkward fight out of Lambo, losing so much. Very messy fight. In the end, didn't kill any disruptors. They all survived. Where are they? There we go. Disruptors did survive. Better fight for Harsum. I'm still not convinced by this army. I do feel like Harsum, he has to rely on these slow zones to take a good fight. I'm worried about Harsum if he ever does push past the halfway mark. Like, this army that he has is very vulnerable to surround. Being Colossus and Disruptor heavy. Like, Colossus and Disruptors, they have their place, but like they can't take the role of Storm in PvZ. Not like this. As we do catch a couple of queens, not bad. And 1, 2 queens gonna be going down, and Viper production has begun. Unlike High Templar, Disruptors and Colossus are gonna be very vulnerable and exposed to those, vulnerable to the Vipers, to abductions. So we gotta be careful. So nice to be careful here. Going for a second robo. Jesus. Okay. Oh, catching a disruptor. Gets one. One disruptor goes down. There's Zelaram on the right hand side. Zell's being dealt with, and Lambert, he just counterattacks instead. He just ignores the army. Yeah, it does go for the counterattack. Harsum does take down one of the bases. There's recall back home. That's a mothership recall, not a base recall. Bear that in mind. And that was 9 drone kills. Nice harass. Nice harass, nice run by. Oh. Warping is denied. Storm is almost done. It's just really weird that we're 14 minutes into the game, and this is a very, like, mid-tier army. It's a very mid army here that Harsum has available to him. It's yeah, it's still lacking. Like, I feel uneasy for Harsum right now. Like, like, look at this. But okay. I mean, as time goes on, and as we work into like a 2nd and 3rd Stargate and work towards Tempest and Carriers, then I'm going to be feeling a lot better about that. But we haven't started any Skytrust production yet. Which is kind of weird, because Harsum has a bank, right? Like, Harsum has a bank. We should be seeing more Stargates. It's not like Harsum is not aware of that. Like, he's getting +1 air attack. So, like, he's thinking about it. About that Skytrust transition. Oh, nice blink. Blink. Catching our roaches. Lambert's still sharking around. Who catches who? Oh, we'll catch an Immortal. Harsum responds. As we almost catch a second Immortal. Nice Stasis Trap. Lambert distracted by these Stalkers at the same time. Harsum moving in. Bases will go down. Lambert losing workers. 6 drones. 6 drones and potentially an expansion as well. Yeah, the statue should fall. And I feel like Harsum needs to kill this base and then back off. I don't know if he can keep pushing here. He does have a lot of storms. Maybe I should have more faith in disruptors. Maybe. Oh. And Lambert trying to flank. Gets spotted. Hearthstone pulls up. 16 drone kills. Again, nice harass. Nice damage. Hearthstone very carefully rotates in. It's going to be 2 storms. We don't really have that many storms remaining here, so we're going to be careful. 2, maybe 3 storms left. Now we see the second Stargate. This is late. Yeah, this is late for Hearthstone. This could have been thrown down like 2-3 minutes ago. Like 3 minutes ago, like the Stargates. Things are collapsing in. There are all the storms. Nice feedback. Very nice feedback. I saw some pulls away. And again, this has all been really nice damage, but the growth of Hearthstone is very late. It's just very delayed growth here, very delayed like transition. Oh god, we're panicking a little bit. That was cloak is spent. Hearthstone, calm down, baby, calm down. The nerves. We've been focusing a lot on Hearthstone. Lambo's going to Mass Lurker, which I do like here. Typically, Mass Lurker is actually not very viable. It's not very good. But because Hearthstone is so dedicated to this more mid-tier, like ground-based composition with minimal sky toss, Mass Lurker actually does quite well here. Like this is the one like niche situation where Mass Lurker excels, as everything's on the ground. Oh, Vipers, calm down. Vipers, they pull away. It does come in from behind, harassing the bases, getting to the mineral line. Pulling apart Hearthstone's attention. Lurkers in mid-range, also Novas. Oh! Very nice storms. Jeez, punishing the ramp. Oh my god. Novas, they go up, and massive damage here. So many Lurkers go down. At the same time, though, Lambo does kill a base, does kill a mineral line. We're getting messy, we're getting messy. No, he was in! Oh my god. He moves into lurker range. He killed so many, but still we gotta respect the lurkers, Bappy. And Hearthstone plummets in supply. Ay, ay, ay. He pushed into the lurkers. Again, Hearthstone was distracted. His attention was split due to the harass, due to the aggression. Oh, and those were expensive losses as well. Hearthstone, he just lost all the Colossus and Disruptors, and High Templar, and Immortals. He still has a couple of Immortals remaining, but that was an expensive loss. Now we have some Tempest production. I should also emphasize that Lambo's drone count is very low. He's been losing a lot of workers this game, and he hasn't done an amazing job replacing them and expanding. Remember, we still have the center base. Like, the center expansion is still free, it's still there. But it can be annoying to expand to because of the patch, the gold mineral patch. So again, we're getting messy. Blings, they catch out 2 High Templar. Some pushing on the right. Stage trap to go off on Zerglings. Lurkers getting within range of the mineral line. Oof. Yeah, they will burrow. Yeah, Lurkers, they burrow. Zealots go down. Probes going to be falling. Hearthstone a little bit late to pull away. 10 probes go down. Gets 1. Yeah, 1 Tempest gets abducted. Not quite the other. Just 1. Does get the 1, but that's still an 18 probe kills. Hearthstone is being pulled apart. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, it cannot defend, cannot maintain the economy. Hearthstone down to 48 workers, losing the center expansion as well, down to just 1 mining. Oh, not even. It has no economy. Has nothing. There's nothing here at the third, nothing at the natural, and nothing in the main. 0 mining for Hearthstone. Ay, ay, ay. He's long distance mining, Pappy. He has no economy. Enclave extends. Harsum did go into Mass Immortal. Okay. Oof. Nice lunge. Nice lunge. Catching out one of the Tempest. Maybe pulls away. Oh no, the Templar! Ooh, all 4 Templar go down. Ay, ay, ay. Once again, Harsum, his attention's just not there. GG gets called, and Lambo, he'll claim the series 3-0, advancing on to the upper bracket semis. GG. GG, well played. A very, very scrappy game. Very, very scrappy here. And honestly, I want to say that Harsum was doing quite well there. Like Harsum, he was kind of forcing certain reactions. He was achieving some damage as well. Like it wasn't bad, but it looked very messy. I did mention that he looked a little bit nervous, and I want to stand by that. There wasn't just the cloak, but the late Stargate, late transition, some messy defensive play as well. Maybe because it's been so long since they've played an offline event, but like it did look like nerves to me from Harsum. Just because like it felt a little bit directionless. Like when we found ourselves like maxing out on 4 bases with like a Disruptor, Colossus, Immortal, like Stalker composition with +1 air attack on the way, like it felt like, yeah, it felt a little bit aimless. It felt a little bit aimless there from Harsum. And part of that aimlessness, and at least in my opinion, comes from some lack of confidence of maybe being in that position or being in that situation where you need to be a little bit more certain as to like where you want to go from here. You know, throwing down your Stargates, setting up your Sky Toss, establishing your Sim City, and being active on the map. And it felt very, like the play from Harsum felt very tentative here in Game 3. Like very, very tentative, like very, very unsure of himself a little bit. So GG well played. With that, congratulations. Lambo will claim the series. There's just Lambo's fair. Yeah. I mean, like, I usually don't talk about nerves for players, but I also know that Harsum, he recently went over one of his group stage matches versus Euthermal, and he did say that he was nervous. Like he did say that like that was something that was happening. So like I'm assuming that if that's going to be impacting your play against Euthermal in the group stage, then Lambo in the playoffs, I'm assuming that will be like an impact as well. But, yeah, GG. Kind of feels like you have to relearn everything in the new patch. I would disagree with that. Like the when it comes to like the mid to late gameplay, it's the same. I would say that the early to mid game is the most impacted kind of like state of StarCraft that has been changed the most, especially in PvZ. But when it comes to mid to late game, like it's more of what we should be familiar with, which is why it was like a little bit awkward there for Harsum. A little bit awkward, but GG well played. With that, we are now getting into the rest of our series. Let's go. Let's get into our brackets. From here, we have our top 4 decided. We do have Reynor. Reynor, he took down a laser 3-0 to advance onto the upper bracket. We had Serral taking down Skilless 3-0. Clem took down Christiana, and Lambert took down Harsum. So we have our top 4. We have our top 4 of HomeStory Cup. Reynor, Serral, Clem, and Lambo. ZVZs abound, Bappy. Let's go. We are going to be going on a short break. Here. When we come back, we will have the upper bracket semis. We'll be going over Reynor versus Serral next, going into that series. And then we might be covering Clem versus Lambo as well, depending on, of course, the time that we have. We're going to be cutting this broadcast in half, of course. The upper bracket finals, lower bracket, that's all going to be tomorrow. We're covering it and wrapping up tomorrow. For today, we'll catch a couple of extra series before we do call it for the broadcast. So for now, going to be going on a short break. But probably already played a few hundred games. Yeah. Which, again, I appreciate that Harsum did some more unique builds. Again, we saw some similarities between Harsum's builds and Skills's builds, and also the Mothership Rush that we've been seeing from the Korean scene as well. But regardless, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the HomeStory Cup, the HomeStory Cup number 29, playoffs day number 1. We just wrapped up with the upper bracket quarterfinals, and up next we have the upper bracket semi-finals. Let's go. We have our top 4 players. The top 4 for this HomeStory Cup are going to be Serral, Reynor, Lambo, and Clem. To have our top 4 players. For the most part, this is what we expected. I say for the most part because typically we would be seeing someone like Showtime or Gabe kind of step in instead of Lambo, but especially in, said latest patch, Zerg has had that strength, has had a bit of a stronger showing, of course, and has had a stronger presence in said meta, and has been able to have, again, better results as a result of that. But we'll see how these ZVZs and ZVTs do unfold. Now, if you were here at the beginning of the broadcast, you would have seen Reynor versus the Laser. And what did Reynor do every game? 10 pull. Went for a 10 pull every single game, and Laser struggled. He would lose 10 workers after 10 workers after 10 workers. LAJ was playing from behind every game as a result, and things got very, very difficult for Laser early on as a result of that. Now coming into our next ZVZ with Reynor, this time against Serral, I'm curious if that trend continues and whether or not we continue to 10 pull. Now, when it comes to 10 pulls, we said this earlier, but 10 pulls are actually very difficult to defend against. When you go hatch first, they're very, very difficult. You do need like the best micro possible to minimize losses, to buy time, make use of the health on your hatchery, and to dance with your opponent's lings. We'll see how Serral will approach this. I don't know if he was able to see the games previously. Again, I don't really know how much experience Serral has on ZVZ in the latest patch. We'll find out together. Drew, let's go. Let us go as we are loading into game 1. Going to be loading into Blackrock. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout in the chat as well to Lager Spatico Pappy. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time as we are getting into our fresh series. And spawning in the top right hand corner of Blackrock, we have the red Zerg player. We have the Finnish Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents making a drone. Okay. Making workers here. We have the Italian Zerg player, the red Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Let's go. Here we go. Now, when it comes to ZVZ, we can now not talk about 10 bulls because both players are droning, they're saturating, we're building up into what looks to be a standard early game. But ZVZ, alongside all mirror matchups, are now much more aggressive, much more all-in than previously. PvP especially, but ZVZ as well. There's a couple of reasons for this. One is earlier pool timings now being available here for early aggression, but also because of the change to the Evo Chamber to +1 carapace, now +1 carapace all-ins are a lot more potent, they're a lot more powerful as well. On top of that, because of the muta changes, it also means that 2-base Spire play is also much more unforgiving and has a lot more potential as well. So we've been seeing a lot of all-ins to try to stop 2-base muta. We've been seeing a lot of 2-base mutas to overwhelm coming into the mid game, and of course a lot of early pool timings as well. So in general, a lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression. We expect this to be a short series. Pool first out of Reynor. Pull first out of Reynor, meanwhile hatch first out of Serral. So already a bit of a divergence between our two players here. Reynor playing it safe. I'm sure that he's trying to hard counter a 10 pull. This is where we see a bit of a rock paper scissors here, where Reynor, he wants to hard counter a 10 pull by going pull first. In the end, Serral went hatch first. Serral does take a lead. So Serral does have the advantage based off the initial openers. We'll see what Reynor can get done to make up for his late gas. Now, because Reynor's gases are going to be late, this typically means that Reynor may just play 2-base and go into 2-base Roach or 2-base Muta, just because without that gas, he's going to have delayed link speed and delayed banelings to the point where it might not even be viable to claim a third. Now, his gas isn't too late, thankfully. It was pull hatch gas as an opener, so we might still get into link speed and still expand, and we'll see. See how comfortable Reynor feels getting into the early game. That's about just droning, saturating. Again, Serral does have the initial advantage here of extra larva, faster queens, better droning, slightly better saturation, as Reynor is still yet to expand. Just waiting for his own natural. Link speed is on the way. We spoke about this earlier, but again, because of the faster gas, we have faster link speed for Serral. And ooh, Serral, he stays in gas. Did he scout? He did. He knows. Yeah, so he knows that this is a late hatchery from Reynor. So because of that, it's going to be a very, very small window. But there is a window where Serral can mass up Link Bane before Reynor. And look at Reynor. No link speed. Intentionally so. So it looks like Reynor skipping link speed. He most likely should be walling off on 2 bases and going to 2 base lair. There it is. 2 base lair is on the way. So Serral is about to all in, and Reynor's going to have to survive said all in. Let's go. Reynor's a defender. Serral's the aggressor. As the Baliness is on the way, links are amassing, and it will soon be go time. Here we go. Now, if Serral fails to break the natural base and to kill Reynor, then Reynor will have that lair advantage, and from here he can go into Muta play, he can go into heavy roach play, and just snowball out of control. Serral is joining up. He can't. Oh, he cancelled. Serral, he canceled the Baliness, which means Serral, he will not punish the natural, he will not punish Reynor. And Reynor will get away with 2 base Muta. Or 2 base lair, I should say. Like, it's not Muta confirmed yet. But he will get away with 2 base lair. Yeah, Serral, he had the option to, but he cancelled Bailey Nest. He invests into link speed, which is now less efficient. And Serral goes for a delayed 3rd base. And here comes the 2 base Muta. Oof. Yeah, Reynor gets away with it. Serral's in trouble. And Serral, he will soon lose map control. Now, we are rushing to +1 Carapace. Remember, we began this series talking about how because Carapace is cheaper, rushing to +1 Carapace and going for Ling Roach all-ins is now much, much stronger and much more viable than previously. So we'll see if that's where Serral takes us. Because, again, the pressure is very much so on Serral to punish this build. To try to punish. But it has been a little bit messy from Serral. So we have melee on the way. Lings are massing. Spire is almost done for Reynor. Serral, he now confirms the lair timing. And should confirm the Spire as well. And Muta production will soon begin. And Serral, he doesn't have any Roach production here. He has 20 Lings on the way, and with this he can try to deny the 3rd. True. He needs to. He needs to deny that 3rd base. Lings they move in. Reynor moving forward his queens. Oof. Dancing with Serral, and that's gonna be a cancel. Yeah, that's gonna be a cancellation. Oh my god. Massive big off. Nice start. And so can he stand the queens? Yeah, can he surround? We have more links coming in, and Mutas have now arrived. Queens they hold. They do hold on. Queens do survive. And we'll see if Serral can force a 2nd cancellation. Trading with Zerglings. There we go. Gets us around. 2nd cancel. Nicely done. Very nice to see by Serral. These are very necessary. Very, very necessary. So he needs to slow down Reynor as best he can. Going back in. Can he force the 3rd cancel? No shot. He can. Oh my god. 3rd cancellation. Very nicely done. Yeah, 3 cancels back to back to back. Behind this, Serral, he's joining, saturating. And behind this, we should be soon going for either Infestation Pit or a Hydroden. What's it going to be? What's it going to be? As Reynor cannot expand, but has been building up these mutas. They're massing. We have the answer, Infestation Pits. Okay, it's going for the pits, going for Infestors. It's going to be Queen Infestor here for Serral to defend. And this should lead into Hive Tech. Lings, they poke in, they keep the mutas busy. Reynor, he attempts to go for the run-by. It's denied. How many? We have 10, so it'll be 12 mutalists. 12 mutas so far. Again, so far the Ling aggression has been very successful here for Serral. Just buying a bunch of time. Oh. Time building up his army. And Serral, he'll be able to secure himself in 3 bases, and we should be seeing Infestors soon. Now we'll see if Serral goes further from here. There it is. There's that hive. So this allows for Viper production. I believe Serral's skipping infestors, which is greedy. Okay. So we're cutting corners. Reynor also rushing into hive. I say rushing into hive, going for the infestation pits. Pulse on range is on the way. It looks like Reynor, he's switching out of muta play. So he's got 14 mutas, but he's not going mass muta. It's not mass muta. He's switching to a ground army instead. Lings are going for this round. Do we force another cancellation? He does. Oh my god. Cancels the 4th base. Against Serral, he's been so active. He's achieved so much with these Zerglings. 5 infestors now amassing. Reynor, I want to say he went back into mutas. He's up to 15. Okay, to 15 mutas, and I assumed he was going into roaches, but no, Hydrogen is on the way. Looks like Reynor might be trying to rush into lurker tech. Or transition into lurkers. Rush probably isn't the right word there. Transition at the same time. Ooh! The abandons the position. Nice defense here by Reynor. Shuts down Serral. As they move in, Serral, he's going into ultras. Meanwhile, again, lurkers from Reynor. Now, who do we favor? It all comes down to how many, right? How many ultras, how many lurkers. I believe lurkers should come in line a little bit faster. Ultras have to wait for their upgrades. You just finally get across the map. Ooh, massive fungal to the face. No follow-up. We'll take a fungal to the face, though. Serral trying to move in. Reynor's keeping up. I still like this power spike better for Reynor, referring specifically to Hive Tech Lurkers. Again, he's going to be able to make both upgrades at the same time and hit a very strong timing with Lurkers. Meanwhile, Serral has to wait for kind of spading, and it takes a long time to build up Ultras. It does take a long time. Again, Reynor's keeping up. Serral pushing on the right hand side. Reynor's out of position. Okay. And Reynor's out of position. Drone's going to be going down. Bearing in mind that Reynor should have more map control with Overlords, so yeah, this was a bit of a blunder. Losing Queen, losing 3 drones. Lurker upgrades are on the way. Lurkers are amassing. How many Hydras so far? Not many, actually. Yeah, we're lacking Hydras. Reynor needs to free up supply. And it all comes down to the eventual breakout moment. As we're both kind of refining our compositions, building our more ultras, building our more lurkers. Oh. Nice run bys, but we run into the lurkers. Does run in. 5 drones going down. At the same time, Lings they attempt to engage. They cannot cancel. Nice damage with the mutas. Free damage on the ultras. Free damage. We build up to soon to be 5 Ultralisks. Again, the lurk count is still quite low. Nice surround. Nice counterattack. Reynor kills the base. No cancel. Kills Bappy. He does kill the hatchery. Lurkers have been scouted. And this is where Serral's in trouble now. I don't think Serral has enough to break through a line of lurkers. Not this many. There's 8, soon to be 12 lurkers. Assuming they're all together. True. Like, for the time being, the lurkers are going to be spread. But if the lurkers, if they all come together at once, I don't see ultras pushing through. Actually, does Microbo Shroud help here? Maybe? True, ultras with Microbo Shroud, I think that might be enough, depending on the angle of attack, of course. But okay. I forgot about the Shroud, true. There's potential. His potential. Yeah, that does change things. Okay. At this point, at this stage, does Reynor want to get rid of these Mutalisks? I mean, no, I think they're good. I think they can still be utilized to snipe the Infestors, to force out Fungals. Speaking of... Oh no, the Infestors! No, we get caught out! Yeah, massive surround, losing 1, 2, almost 3 Infestors. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Serral out of position. That was 2 Infestors going down. Forced to use Fungals. Serral, we gotta be careful. Again, these Infestors, they're the heart of his army. Straight up, they're the heart of his army. He does need them. Mutas, they do hit the right-hand side. Serral's out of position. Drone's gonna be going down. Six drone kills and a gas geyser. We're still not done. Going into the main now. Does hit the main base. Catching transferring workers. At the same time, Serral moves out. He's pushing with the ultras. He's had enough. I believe this means that the Infestors are not with the main army. Yeah, they're not with the main army. Nice thing run by. Gets into the mineral lines. More drones going to be falling. Serral's being torn apart. Yeah, it's being torn apart here. 17 drone kills. Again, Reynor just does have the more mobile army. And how many lurkers? 24 lurkers. That's crazy. Against 11 ultras. Is Microbo Shroud that good? Like, are we are we confident that ultras can break through 24 lurkers with Microbo Shroud? I don't know, Pappy. I don't know. As Bailey's they attempt to run by. Ultras they move in, they catch out 1 lurker. And free damage. Yeah, free damage here with the mutas. Oof. Lings into another mineral line. More drones going to be going down. Again, unlike lurkers, ultras they struggle defensively. Speaking of, Bailey's get 1 lurker. 12 drones going down. Brutal damage. 14. We're still not done. Getting up to 16 drone kills. Yeah, 16 drones going down. More Ling harass, more run bys. Reynor's now moving in. Here comes the main army. 24 lurkers. Let's go. I think we're down to 23. 31. We're up to 31, Pappy. 31 lurkers. I believe some of them are at home to defend. But lurkers are moving in. Ultras have to engage. Here come the Microbo Shrouds. 1, 2, 3, 4 shrouds so far, but oh my god, the lurkers are still melting. So the ultras are still melting. The ultras are going down. Oh my god, there's not enough. Yeah, not enough Microbo Shrouds. Ultras they get punished. And yeah, I was not confident in the Microbo Shroud. GG gets called. Reynor, he will take game number 1. GG. Whew, GG, well played. The issue that we saw there is that we saw the first 4 Microbo Shrouds, but the issue there was the Infestors couldn't actually push forward to throw down additional Shrouds because they were just being zoned away by the lurkers. Right? They were being outranged by the lurkers. So they couldn't throw down anything more. All the Infestors went down, and in the end, the Ultras were naked. They were naked. They were on their own. GG. GG, well played with that. Reynor, he will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if Serral can bounce back. As we're getting into Game 2, Sanctuary 3. Let's go. I want to see him try. Yeah, we saw him try. And again, the Microbo Shroud had potential, but as we saw, again, like, we couldn't get the Infestor within range to throw down additional Shrouds on top of the lurkers. Like, they just couldn't get close. Couldn't get close enough. And with that, we get not into 31 lurkers. But here we go. Spawning in the right-hand corner of Sanctuary 3, we have the Finnish Zerg player. We have the Red Zerg representing Basilisk. Down in the series, can he bounce back? It is Serral. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Blue Zerg player. The Blue Zerg player himself, the Italian Zerg, representing Basilisk. It is Reynor. Here we go. See Sato in the chat, the point of early aggression is to hit the third base, no reason to attack your opponent on two bases. That is incorrect, in the sense that we've seen many a Zerg player at this level of play not just be aggressive, but look to all in to punish a player that's trying to skip, that's trying to cut corners and go into two base muta. So even this past week, we've been seeing a lot of all-ins on two bases to break a two-basing Zerg player, looking at players like Shin, like Solar, like Rogue as well. The rationale for that, though, is to punish a player that's trying to rush into lair and trying to rush into muta play. I believe that's in reference to the opener that Serral went for when he cancelled the Baneling Nest and when he cancelled his aggression. That's Saito in the YouTube chat. From here, though, once again, Reynor going pool first. Does go pool first. Likewise, Serral going hatch gas pool. Standard open out to Serral. Reynor once again playing it safe. If you recall, we did mention this previously. And I say standard opener. Hyper greed here. Serral going for a third hatchery before gas and before pool. Okay, hatch, gas, pool. This is the greediest build you can go for in ZVZ. The greediest build. And because Reynor went for the earlier pool, can Reynor punish this? I mean, the issue here is that when this Overlord scouts the natural base, it looks like a... No, it was hatch first, right? It looks standard, which means Reynor most likely will be prompted to make drones and not lings. As Reynor's not aware of the pool and gas timing. He's just not aware. So the Overlord moves in. Confirms the hatch timing. Looking like a hatch first. Because it is. And yep, Reynor's running. So Reynor's running up. So Serral, he will get away with this. He will get away with this. Bearing in mind as well, because of the pool first, it does mean that Reynor's gas is going to be delayed. Last game, this led into two-base lair due to the delayed gas. So once again, there's a high chance that Reynor won't go for link speed and might not punish this. It depends on the Overlord scouting. If the Overlords confirm how fast the third base is, then Reynor might be prompted to be more aggressive. Oh no, never mind. Link speed. Yeah, okay. Link speed is on the way. And he's staying in gas as well. He's staying all three in gas. So Reynor can punish. He can try to punish this. We can try Serral going for a safety Baneling Nest. Lings are amassing for Reynor. Reynor, he now sees the creep is already done. He now knows. Reynor's aware. And the goal here for Reynor should be to deny the third. Should be to break the third base. At least. Ideally, more than that. Yeah, and here it is. It is go time. From here, it is going to be go time. Reynor, he does commit across the map. He's moving out. Back at home, we will have defensive Banelings. And it all comes down to the Banelings. Will they connect? Can Serral hold? Can he hold on again? Reynor, he's down 10 workers. He's down a base as well. It's all or nothing here for Reynor. He's all in. Sure, he might kill the third, but again, ideally, we want more than this. With this heavier commitment. You see Reynor is hiding his lings. He's holding back, hiding the all-in. But there are so many Banelings. Like, I don't see a world where Serral wastes these Banelings here. And either Reynor kills Serral or he dies trying. Oh, he knows. Yeah, now he knows. Reynor, he has to pull the trigger. Banelings morphing in. He's waiting for his Baneling Nest. Trying to break through. Decent spread. Queen's in position. Oof. Yeah, the Queen does an eye. Oh no! Oh my god, we're clumping up! Yeah, we're clumping up here, and that's a lot of the Banelings. Reynor, he's running out. He's down to one. Sorry, down to two. Yeah, two Banelings left. But can he break into the natural? Okay, he's breaking through. Yeah, the Queen is going to go down. Oh, no Banelings left for Serral. 0 Banelings left. Reynor, he's doing it. He's so close. Oh my god. Yeah, he barely is breaking through. Breaks through the front door. One of the Banelings will finish. They roll in. Oh, massive connections. Yeah, massive connections. Lings that do bust into the main though. Drones are going to be going down. A messy defense here from Serral. It's messy. We're getting messy. And that's so many dead workers in the main. Yeah, 11 dead workers. 11 drones going to be going down. Lings that keep on flooding. There are 3 banelings left, and GG. GG gets called, and Reynor, he'll take a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. With that, Reynor, he will claim a 2-0 lead. Again, he was completely all in there, and Serral, he did have the tools to defend. He did have some banelings, of course. If you recall, I was saying that no shot that we worked through all the banelings and there won't be anything left, but alas, Serral, he had no backup banelings on the ramp. He was droning, he was saturating, and in the end, Serral, he was broken. GG. GG, well played. Again, it was a very, very messy defense, and initially I thought that maybe Reynor was spending too many banelings early on, but did break through. GG, well played. With that, we're getting to game number 3. Gonna be loading into the old Sun Temple. Let's go. Let us go. I don't need to go into Ling Bane if your opponent's walling on 2 bases. That's what I meant. I know that's what you meant, but we have seen Ling Bane all-ins work against players going 2 base lair. So if you're a little bit unfamiliar with like ZVZ, then that's understandable. But it was a couple of days ago, even a couple of days ago. We've seen those games. And here we go. We're getting into our next game here. It's going to be game number 3 on the Old Sun Temple, spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Old Sun Temple. We have the red Zerg play. We have the finished Zerg. It's a temple this time. Yeah, the finished Zerg, the red Zerg for Basilisk. It is Serral. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Zerg player, the Italian Zerg representing Basilisk. It is Reynor going for the temple. Here we go. As we're going for the temple. Now, this is a big gamble. It's a big risk here from Reynor, bearing in mind that Reynor is unaware of the spawn location. And if we had close spawns, if Serral was either bottom side or top right, then I can see this working for sure. But unfortunately, the RNG is in favor of Serral as we have cross spawns. Long rushes and spy ground. This is best case scenario for Serral. It's best case, as Serral does go hatch first. And Serral, he'll have extra time to react and respond to this. Now, when it comes to the 10 pool, the response is you have to pull the boys, minimize losses, buy time for your own Zerglings, make sure you do not lose too many drones, of course, dance with the Lings yourself, make use of the hatchery, make use of its HP as well, use it as a resource, and we'll see how Serral reacts. We'll see how practiced he is against 10 pool defense, or in 10 pool defense. As Reynor, he confirms that Serral is not top right. Oh boy. Does confirm. Reynor, he does move out directly across the map. I believe he will be avoiding the Overlord at least. He will avoid the Overlord. Speed zones, they do help. Serral's pull is still not quite done. It's almost. And soon Serral, he'll be able to pull the boys. So Lings, they reveal themselves. Now Serral knows boys are being pulled. And it comes down to the micro, it comes down to the control. But the pull is already done. Yeah, the pull is already done at this point. Oh, Wandering gets caught. Nice catch from Reynor, getting 1. Nice drilling here by Serral, buying more time. Hatchery does get low. Does lose a second drone, he does. Yeah, 2 drones go down, losing up to 3. Yeah, 3, do we lose up to 4? No, actually just 2. Wow, just 2. Lings are popping. Hatchery is low. But Serral needs a little bit more time. Yeah, a little bit more time does engage, and it's going to lose 5 drones, 7 drones in total. Oh, it's getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. Yeah, 7, 8. Oh, no, it's too much. 8 drone kills. Does he get 9? Trades with the Lings. Oh, he wants 1 more. He gets it. He gets it. 9 drone kills in the end. Barely not 10. 9 drones go down. Not a bad trade here by Reynor. Against Serral, it was very close, very clutch. In the end, Serral does fall far behind here, down to 11 workers compared to 16. And Reynor now starts with an economic advantage. Oh boy. Serral does have a bit of a gap, like some gas to work with. But after losing all those workers, you have to prioritize mineral mining, of course, to restructure, to recover. And Reynor takes a lead. Takes a comfortable lead here. Again, Serral, it was 3 different times where he did lose 1 worker that was out on its own. So very, very unfortunate micro there from Serral, where he lost a couple of workers early, which meant that the surround from Serral was also less valuable, or just less effective. That's what I'm looking for. Was less effective. So they lose extra workers early on. Likewise, I want to say committed a little bit too soon to the main fight as well. And from here, Reynor looking comfortable. Also, I do apologize for not updating the score in game. I was engrossed in the temple. I was engrossed. When do we get combined YouTube and Twitch chats? We typically don't show chat. I mean, we don't show chats on our streams, just because we don't want to take away from the tournaments and from the cast. I understand that that's what like streamers do. So I don't know, like Pig or Steadfast or Rotterdam. I guess our channel's a little bit different in that respect. Try to keep it professional, and I don't know, if there's anything weird going on in the chat, just make sure that the stream is, or the VOD at least, is like saved from that. Gotta protect the VOD from the clowns back. True, true. But yeah, so none of our overlays typically incorporate like Twitch or YouTube chat. None of our overlays. From here, though, going to +1 carry pace. So we're trying to recover. Again, it's going to be a rough road to recover here for Serral. Going to +1 carry pace and the bailing speed. Again, Serral is still down 10 workers. It's a really rough position for Serral to play in, especially in the mirror matchup. Now, there are ways to recover in ZVZ, in mirror matchups in general, when it comes to like Ling run-bys, bailing counterattacks, drop lord play as well. But it's a little bit more niche, right? Like the pressure is still very much on Serral, and there's a chance, of course, but we got to make something happen. So Serral does move out. Oh, morphing in some hidden bailings. Oh no, he gets swatted. Yeah, he does get swatted. Cheeky moves out of Serral, which is what we need to do, right? We need to be cheeky. Bailing's morphing in the center. Serral does engage. +1 carry base almost done. The bait! Oh no! Oh my god. A couple of seconds too soon. Yeah, a little bit too soon there, and in the end, Serral, he just wasn't quite ready in time. Almost punished. Casito. Nice bait. Nice bait by Reynor. Yeah, baits at the bailing. Reynor, he counterattacks, trying to catch reinforcements. Back at home, Reynor defending with a bare minimum. Oh, gets a queen. Yeah, massive catch. Queen gets surrounded. The bailing. Oh my god. Reynor pulls away in time. And Reynor, he pulls away, he defends, he attacks. Reynor still maintaining his lead, his advantage. And here come the mutas. The entire time he was just surviving until muta play. Oh. Bailing goes off. Serral moving in. So he's moving in. Mutaze will eventually clean this up. The hatchery will go down, but we need more than this. We need more than just a hatchery. As the third does full. At the same time, Serral, I mean, he's not mining himself. Mutaze will gain map control. And we'll see if Serral can force another cancellation. We've seen already previously in the series, Serral deny the third base time and time again with these Zerglings. There's a chance. Mutas to distract on the left. Lings are coming to the right. He's going for the expansion. Going for the third. Oof. Reynor's in position. Reynor's in position this time. At the same time, he slips into the main. Scouting for any kind of tech. he does respond. Does respond. Behind this, going for his own infestation pits. We look into Hive Tech as well. Previously, we saw Reynor go into Lurkers, into Hive Tech Lurkers. We'll see if he takes in the same direction. Serral is still trying to recover. And for now, at least, is still stuck on Ling Bane. Now taking up further, also into Hive Tech as well. So we might see a repeat of Game 1. If you remember, Game 1 was Mass Ultra versus Lurker. Do we see it again? Do we run it back? There's that Hive. Again, Reynor is that one step ahead. At least the third base is heavily delayed. Like, that is slowing down Reynor at least somewhat. Yep, there's a high gen for Lurker. Take me what? Nidus Worm? Okay. Interesting. It's very late, but okay. So we're going for the Hive as well. Rushing into Nidus play. I mean, it's a way to get the queens across the map, and we have 9, soon to be 10 queens so far. So very committed play here from Serral. Wants to make use of all those queens. Lurker Den's on the way. Let's see, they come. Here comes that Nidus. Nidus Worm will finish. At the same time, Mutas, they do try to come in from behind. Yeah, queens, they pop out across the map. That means less queens to defend back at home. But we do get on top of the expansion. Hatchery is going to go down. Not bad. Ooh, oh god, never mind. 19 drone kills. Yeah, was that a kill? That was a kill, not a cancel. So Hatchery gets killed, but at the same time, Serral, he will lose his third base mineral line. Yeah, it's all or nothing. Serral has to commit. He's all in. Ooh, decent bailing connections. Oh my god. The counter bailings though. Bailings connecting. Means they kill the third. They're not at home to defend. And so he's breaking that third base. So we need bailings back at home. We have Lurkers. Never mind. We have Lurkers. I'll do you one better. Lurkers are at the natural. Mutas, they don't have to come home. They're fine across the map. This third base will fall, but it doesn't matter. Because we have Lunkers and there's no answer. There's no answer to Lurkers. What can Serral do? I'll say we're spending a lot of time here, whereas we could be going for the Nidus Worm, for example. Lurkers are getting very ambitious. Very ambitious. Jesus. Yeah, they borrow in time. We're coming up for surround. Another Lurkers. They come in from behind. They get on top of the queens. The queens will fall. Mass round with the drones. GG gets called. And Reynor, he will claim the series 3-0. Taking down Serral and advancing on to the upper bracket finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very chaotic, very aggressive series here. Again, we saw a lot of two-base play out of Reynor. We once again did see the 10 pool, but only once in this series, as opposed to the previous games, and Serral did struggle. Serral, who was playing from behind from early on, he was hyper-committed, hyper-aggressive with Ling Bane, and he unfortunately was unable to deal any critical damage. He was able to kill some hatcheries, that is true, killed the third base, and killed the fourth, and killed the third again, but drones were going down left and right, and again, Serral, he was unable to stop the Muta play out of Reynor. He eventually gained map control, and eventually popped off. The Nidus Worm was a really fun way to try to counterattack and try to pull off an all-in. The plan was never for it to be an all-in, otherwise why get a Hive, but he was forced into it after losing that mineral line. After he lost the mineral line, like, it was just all or nothing there for Serral. And unfortunately, Lurkers are ready, right? Lurkers are ready in time, and with the arrival of the Lurkers, Reynor, he snowballed out of control. GG. GG, well played. With that, does break through. Does overwhelm, and let's catch up on the bracket itself. Okay, a bunch of 3-0s. Just non-stop 3-0s, Bappy. Aye. But with that, we are going to be getting into our next game, into our next series. Again, Reynor, he will advance on into our bracket finals. Up next is going to be a best of 5 between Clem and Lambo, taking a break from the real matchups and coming into our TVZs. Let's go. Let's go. Just catching up. But again, Reynor thriving in that chaos, thriving in that aggression, and we'll be jumping into our final series of the broadcast into that best of 5. Let's go. Let us go. Now, again, when it comes to TVZ, Clem has been having a very hard time in this matchup. We've been seeing him struggle against players like Shin, Solar as well. Shin, Solar, Rogue are the 3 that do come to mind, but we'll see how he does handle himself, and we'll see what Lambo brings to the table. As spawning in the top left-hand corner of Rainfall, we have the blue Zerg player, himself, the German Zerg, representing Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player, the red Terran himself, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. So does Serral just dislike going Muta? I think Serral just dislikes playing 2-base. As a reminder, all the Muta play that we saw out of Reynor in the last series was 2-base, was off of 2 bases, was off of 2-base play. So that's kind of a certain. It's a slower style. It's a less economic style as well. And I would say yes, most likely Serral does not enjoy playing with that kind of opener, going into the earlier pools and going into less of an economic start. It's still viable to go hatch first and to go into fast hive, into infestors, but bearing in mind that last game Serral was playing from behind after losing 9 drones at the start of the game, so it wasn't as clear cut as to why Serral was struggling in the mid game. A lot of it did come down to early game aggression, kind of putting Serral in a rough position to begin with. But here we go. Here we go. From here, we're going to be opening up. Again, standard opener out of Lambo. Meanwhile, Clem is going for his own Rax Expand. Now, when it comes to TVZ and the TVZ meta, if you've been watching StarCraft as of late, you would be familiar with a bunch of all-ins. We've been seeing 1-base all-ins, 2-base all-ins, hyper-aggression from Clem. When it comes to TVZ, it is not very viable to play standard in TVZ at the moment due to the strength and growth of Zerg. We've even seen games where Zerg players can lose up to 20+ drones and still recover economically and still outscale in longer games. So as a result, aggression abound is kind of what we expect. We'll see if that trend continues here for Clem in HomeStory Cup. We saw that, of course, this week in Clem's performance in Picasso Cup, for example, in Picasso Cup, and also last week in GSLCK, or I guess 2 weeks ago in GSLCK, and also in the other Open Cups like Kung Fu Cup and Water TV Mondays. So we'll see if that trend of aggression continues. Now, I will say that Clem, because he's the best Terran player in the world, like, he, with pure and sheer mechanics, he can, like, overcome and surpass. That's kind of what he's been relying upon when it comes to mid-game aggression, multi-prong aggression, drop play, counterattacks. That is what Clem has been relying upon and has had some mixed success with that, for sure. Has had success. I did say it was very strong into hatch first. It sounds like you were listening to the stream. We did already mention that you can defend with hatch first, by the way. Reynor is defended with hatch first if you've been watching his games, but it is a very difficult thing to do. Very, very difficult. But it is possible with hatch first, for sure. But we actually spoke about that during the Elasia versus Reynor series earlier in the broadcast. From here, it is going to be, oh my god, 320 layer timing? Jesus. So very fast layer here at a Lambo. And now we'll see where he takes us from here, especially on the recent patch. We're leaning more towards 2-base Muta. If we were casting Solar or Shin, I'd be flirting with the idea of 2-base Hydra. But as this isn't them, like, we're expecting Spire play. Reaper does poke in, and the Reaper does confirm the lair timing. So nice scout here from Clem. Clem confirms like a 3rd base and confirms the earlier lair as well. Which change made Zerg scale faster? The larva production. So we have an increased rate of larva production here. Or larva spawn rate specifically. So faster droning, faster saturation, faster macro. It also means that if Zerg players do lose drones early on, they can recover faster as well. So economic damage is less impactful than it once was. That has prompted more aggression in all-ins and diverse play from Terran and Protoss to try to stop that from happening. As Clem is going for his 1-1-1, so 1-1-1 delayed third CC, which has become more standard in this patch. Going for a Hellion Banshee. You see Lambert fully walling off. Lair is now done. And we are going to Roach upgrades. So we're not going to Spire, we're not going to Mutas, we're committing into Roaches, but the Roach one itself is getting very low. Very low. No shot, we just kill it, right? No shot. As Queens, they do zone. Again, the Roach one getting very, very low here. 2 more racks behind this. 3-1-1. Borderline 2 base all-in here from Clem. We have seen Clem throw down additional, going up to 5 racks on 2 bases. We have seen that as of late. But again, a massive delay on the 3rd base. Big delay. Clem is just doubling down. Bearing in mind, he did see the Roach run researching, so he's aware of the commitment into Roaches. Here comes the 3rd CC. So 3rd CC in the main base. So we are going to be expanding behind this one, building up at 5. Spore is not yet done, but thankfully there is the Overseer. Yeah, fast Lair, fast Overseer. Lambert, he does defend his main. Hellions are rotated to the 3rd. So far, trying to maintain his 3rd base. Clem behind this again, building up a stim. And with stim, we should be seeing our move out. Just waiting for stim, waiting for our tank production. Welcome to Rainfall. We didn't actually get to talk about the map itself, but Rainfall is one of the most aggressive maps in the map pool. So it means when Clem does decide to push, it does hit very fast and very quickly. It's going to be a messy defensive from Lambert. At least he was able to hold on and get into his own Roach play, into his Roach production. But it is still going to be a tough hold. I'm curious as to what the vetoes are, but it was a best of 5, so vetoes are limited. I'd imagine Rorschach was vetoed, as Rainfall made it through. Oh, okay. So Roach opener into Lingbane. So Lingbane Roach Ravager here by Lambo is the attempted composition. So far, nice moves out of Clem. Dips into the mineral line, catching up more drones. Yeah, 1, 2 drones going to be going down. And we're waiting for the main push. Waiting for the main move out. Oh, let's go! The contamination here on the starports. We saw this against Hearthstone as well. I appreciate it. It's a rare sight to behold. Contamination, baby. Beautiful. Spanishes, they pull away. Hellions are deflected. So far, Lem is maintaining his 3 bases. But again, we're still waiting for the main push once we get those medevacs out. We're still waiting for it. Roaches, they get spotted. Lambert fighting for map control. They get punished by the Banshees. We're losing 1 Roach so far. Medevacs have arrived. 1-1 is almost done. So we're getting into 1-1. Clem looking for the 4th. 4th base is late. Oh wait, sorry, it's in the middle. Never mind. Because it's center 4th. And Clem, are we just going to embrace a longer game? 4th CC is being thrown down. And we're just going for drop play. Okay. Just drop play. So instead of going for the main push, it's possible that this was deterred because of the contamination, right? Clem, he missed his timing. So opts to stay home. Just going for drops. A much more tame mid-game here from Clem. I will still say, though, that again, because of this aggression, Lambert has had a bit of a shaky mid-game as well, with a later expand, later droning, later 3rd base as well, true. It's all been much more delayed. Yeah, nice angle. Nice catch. Catching onto the bio. Very nice catching from Lambo. Pretty expensive to get third CC / Nexus early. That is not the case. If you've been watching ZVP, you know that the third Nexus timings are still standard. Like, they're still the same as previously. Like, we're not seeing like heavy 2-base play out of Protoss. We are seeing heavier 2-base play out of Terran, but it's a little bit different there. Like, a big reason for it is just to be more aggressive and more active early on. Is to keep up that pace and that momentum. And have these stronger timings. That's why we've been seeing more 1 and 2 base all-ins out of Terran. Not in this game, of course, but period. I'd imagine it's also partially to like hide and mask a build like that as well. But here we go, tanks to do siege up. Ooh, one tank goes down to the vials. Yeah, one tank does go down. Army moving further in. We still have a couple more Ravagers on the way, and thankfully Lambo does have his Vipers. Shots of Blinding Clouds. Yeah, Blinding Clouds, they come in. They cover one of the tanks. They cover 2 tanks even, and with that every tank goes down. Massive big offs. Oh, as one tank barely survives. Oof. Yeah, tank survives, all the queens to go down. Clem, he is trading, but he has to keep going. He's got to keep going. As he will lose that final tank. Yeah, the final tank goes down. With that, so Clem is losing a little bit of the strength here and a little bit of the buy behind this push. And behind this, Ultras are coming. Yeah, the Ultras are coming. Clem is on the timer. He needs that base. He needs it. Oh my god. Yeah, Marauders, they get caught out. Base is being saved. Nice play. Nice Blinding Cloud. And Lambo holds. Lambo is holding on. Ultras, they are amassing. Barely save the expansion. That was close. That was very, very close. Saves the base. Ay, ay, ay. And he survived until Ultras. They're popping out. Yeah, they're now popping out. Clem was quite committed. Was quite committed there. He's still going in. Dropping on the top side. Trying to. Yeah, trying to drop in. Ultras have arrived. Let's focus on one of them. Almost. It barely pulls away. Kind of splitting almost complete. Plus 3 Carapace also in production as well. Oh, nice catch on the Viper though. And messy defense at the Lambo. Getting a little bit messy, but the Minerva goes down. Lambo's still holding. He's almost maxed out. And the scary thing about what's about to happen here is that this entire time Lambo's been defensive. Soon he can start to be aggressive. Nice shot though. Yeah, nice shot. Gets the expansion. 4th base falls. But I'm worried about that breakout moment here. Back at home, the defensive setup is non-existent. Like, Clem's just been hyper aggressive here, so no SimCity at the 3rd base. None at the 4th either. Clem needs to keep pushing. He's got to keep going. Keep sending it back. Yeah, as again, there's still no infestors, no fungals. Nice catch. Infestors are still in the way. Catching at once to be 2 Ultras. Yeah, 2 Ultras go down. Moving further in. And Clem is still trading well. Still trading very well here. Shading with more Zerglings. He can pick up. He can pull away. Again, the Infestors, they're so late. Yeah, Lemmy, he was so late when it comes to replacing the Infestors from earlier. Just now coming in. He needs those fungals. And Clem is just going to keep pushing. He's going to keep going. At this point, though, he has to be careful. He has to respect the fungals. Got to be careful. Yep, does scan. Does spot the Infestor. He knows. This time he kites away. Doesn't want to get caught. Going for the Microbial Shroud. Does go for the Shroud. Lambo coming in from behind. Trying this around. Where are the other Infestors? Ooh, that's going to be 3. 3 Infestors going down. 0 fungal growths. I had just 1 fungal towards the end. It's too late, though. Yeah, it's too late. Clem, he has done it. He breaks through the main army. Again, brutal losses there for Lambo. Losing so many infestors. Nice retargeting as well. Yeah, nice target firing with that Clem. He's just so out of control. Breaks through the infestors. The ultras. Liberation has arrived. Limited anti-air. I believe there was a Spire. Yeah, there was a Spire, but just no room here for Lem to breathe. No room to breathe. But with that, Clem breaks through. And again, this is kind of the meta. This is the trend of TVZ. Is you leave nothing at home basically, like nothing at home to defend. Just hyper aggression. Just making sure the Zerg player never gets comfortable. It was close, but never did recover. Oh my god, the friendly fire! The friendly fire. The Mind Shield doing more damage than the Ultras. True. That's from here. Clem has to back up. Does catch the reinforcements though, does catch the Ultras. Oof. Yeah, massive pickups. Ultras going down, more liberations arrive. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Clem, he does take... Oh, I just realized I didn't set up the series. There we go. Clem, he does take game 1, does take a lead in the series. Again, Lambo, initially, he was able to hold on and build up into Ultras, but we spoke about it. We spoke about how at some point, once he defends, once he stabilizes, he can start to break out. Never quite happened though. Never quite happened. I would say a big part of that was lack of spellcasters. Even though he did have the first wave of infestors quite quickly, the second wave was heavily delayed. It took a long time to rebuild those infestors, and because that there was a big window in time where there were no fungals, there was no support for the ultras, and we saw that Clem was able to bully Lambo as a result of that. So to bully him, and then of course we did see a lot of infestors getting caught out as well. GG. GG, well played. With that, Clem does take lead in the series, and we load into game number 2. Now, I would also emphasize that here on Rainfall, aggression is favored. You have even less time to defend. You have even less time to react to aggression coming across the map. So Rainfall is, I would say, probably the best map that we're going to be seeing Clem on. That's Clem at his best on Rainfall. You don't get better than that, except for maybe Rorschach. But like, again, Rainfall, like that's where aggression is favored. That's where it excels. Now we're calming things down, loading into larger maps. Let's go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of At Attorney's Edge, we have the blue Zerg player. We have the German Zerg. Down in the series, can he bounce back? For Shopify, it is Lambo. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Terran player. We have the French Terran. For Team Liquid, it is Clem. Let's go. Let us go. And it's on these larger maps. I'm thinking of At Attorney's Edge. I'm thinking of even maps like Sanctuary 3. Of course, the 4-player spawn maps as well. This is where Lambo can look a lot more comfortable, have a little more breathing room, freedom to drone, to saturate, and to build up in towards a 4-base economy. So the pressure's on Clem. What do you have for us? Let's go. Let us go. Now, we have been seeing some extreme builds from Terran players. We've been seeing 3CC 3 racks. That's been quite trendy amongst the Korean Terrans, for example, as a bit of a greedier way to play and to build up into the mid-game. Going to 2-base all-ins has also been quite trendy. Last game, we did see heavy 2-base play into a delayed third. Not a 2-base all-in, but still hyper-aggressive. And that's kind of what we expect, is just non-stop aggression out of the Terran player to make sure the Zerg player is not left alone, especially on this map, because of the gold, right? There is a gold base as well, and if a Zerg player is allowed to gain map control and allowed to get the gold base up and running, then things can look very dire for Terran. Nope. Jesus. So we're opening up. Sorry, my hookey's messed up there. I tried to turn on, I tried to check if like music was working. I guess it is. For now, though. Okay, we're going to be opening up. Going for our own hatch gas pool. And likewise, ranks expand out of Clem. Now, I don't know if Clem is willing to embrace like the more Korean style of going like 3CC 3 racks or anything like that and mix in like TVP builds. I know that he was exploring 2-rank Reaper previously. Let's go. Does seem to be making more mistakes than he used to. If you're referring to Clem, I would push back against that. It's less about mistakes. It's more about so I tried to mention earlier. I tried to put emphasis on the state of TVZ and the state of the intensity of the game itself. And because Terran players need to be more aggressive and more active than previously, it does strain attention. So that is, I would say that's why you're seeing some more mistakes out of Terran players, is because there's a lot more pressure on them to be as active as possible and to be as aggressive as possible. So it's more about like their attention being taxed more so than like, I don't know, being uncomfortable on the patch or something like that, or kind of getting used to the patch, if that makes any sense. Like you've seen it with Cure and Bjorn as well. I think Loco, someone said that every player looks like they're playing 500 MI lower than they usually do. That's not true. That's but Loco doesn't watch. I know that he's a little bit more limited in the kind of matches that he watches. Like, I wouldn't say that about the ZVZ that we encountered, or I wouldn't say that about I don't know, like Rogue's play recently, or Shin's play, or Sola's play. Yeah, I would say that's probably poor phrasing, or poor, yeah, I would push against like framing like that. I think that's the case when it comes to builds, for sure, but I don't think I'd say that about, I don't know, almost any of the games we've seen over the past 2 weeks. Builds is one thing, that's different. From here then. From here we're going for our 1-1-1 opener here by Clem. Moving out with Reaper Hellion. Sorry, Reaper Hellion Banshee, I meant to say. Getting to Hellion Banshee. Once again, staying on 2 bases that much longer. Poking in. And it's going to be unlimited to minimize losses. This time, as opposed to last game, there's no 3-minute lair or 3:20 lair timing. We're droning, saturating. Nowhere near as greedy this time. Hellions, they poke in. They catch a couple of workers. We're just calming down. Calming down. Once again, it's on Clem to find more damage, though. You can see the Hellions threatening a dive. Banshees, they rotate towards the natural. Like, I think the danger of saying that players are playing worse than they usually do because of the patch, the problem with that is that it tries to like frame things in a way where it's like, oh, they're gonna get better over time, whereas right now, that because of the way the games are playing out, because of the meta, like that's more of like what's impacting the current like state of StarCraft, more so than like players being used to the patch. So you have to be very careful with that kind of framing, with those kind of words. Gotta be careful. Pero ya, ¿dónde está la música? I had to turn it on previously. As the Banshees are being zoned away. So far, Clem hasn't really found much damage here, and this is where Lambo is getting a bit out of hand. I mentioned earlier that the pressure's been on the Terran player to find damage and to slow down their opponent, 3rd base not being taken, but Lambo's freely droning up to 3-base saturation, 4th base is on the way, and has not been delayed, has not been denied. So Lambert's looking much more comfortable. Comparing this to game number 1, for example, where Lambert, he was struggling to even get his third base, where he was being knocked down at the front door, building up his roaches. But here, again, he's really droning, saturating, settling in. Lambert collapse in, catching out the Hellions. Nice catch. Yeah, some rough losses here for Clem as he will lose map control. This also weakens the main push as well. Behind this was trying to reinforce. Marines are on the way. Stim is done. Clem is pushing. And Clem is committed. He's committed. Now it's going to be a weaker push. Bailing speed is already complete. Lem is getting ready. Show some eye shots. Oh. Okay, there's 3 mines left. Yeah, there's 3 more mine shots. Lambert pulling back. Getting supply blocks as well. Ooh, brutal supply block actually. Oh my god. Brutal mine connections with Lings. Bailings to survive. And Lambert holds. Yeah, Lambert is barely holding on. Does have in his third. Clem continues to retain his Marines. Oh, catching up the Queens. Gets 2. 1, 2 Queens going down. Nice pickups. Keeping Lambert busy. Does keep him busy. Pushing on the top side as well. It does move out on the top side. Pushing towards the 4th. Once again, we'll see if we can force a cancel. And he does. Yeah, nice big off. Cancels the base, takes down the Overlord. Containing Lambo. Ah, but Lambert, he's still drawn up to 80 though. And also that was the 5th, not the 4th. Ah. Yeah, still on 4 bases. Lambert looking to build up. Clem needs more damage. Catching out a couple workers, pushing on the south side as well. Lambert is somewhat in position, but does he have enough? And just a couple of Banelings. Lambert unable to pull away. More Queens getting caught. So far, nice trades here from Clem. Trading well. Yeah, trading well, catching out more Lings. Denying the 5th. Keeping Lambert busy, taking so many mines to the face. The mines, pappy. And Clem is rallying. Clem is rallying across. Again, Clem, he does have momentum. Oh! Losing a medevac. Being forced further back. Mines this time they won't connect. Oof. They're losing 4 with the mines. Lambert again, he's holding on, building up more Hydras. I mentioned this previously, but the moment that Clem kind of lets up his aggression, then Lambert can start to max. And we can see here that the aggression is subsiding. Yeah, the aggression is subsiding. Lambert, he defends on the south side. Forces back the army. Oh, no Hive though. Yeah, late Hive. Late Hive for Lambert. He was distracted. He was so fixated and focused on the defense that he forgot his Hive. Not like this. Oh. Yeah, without the Hive, the hatchery is going to go down. That means no Vipers, no Hive tech. Base falls. Clem is moving in. And Clem breaks through. Yeah, no more Banelings. Hydras are on their own. Yeah, they're on their own. Massive pickoffs. As Hydras go down, Queen as well. Almost gets into the mineral line. The mine shots. Oh, that's good. Lambert does split off. But again, Lemmer's rate of growth here is heavily delayed. No Vipers. No ultra tech. We're stuck with a mid-tier army. And Clem, you just keep going. I have no life. True, baby, true. Oof. Yeah, now sacrificing the Banelings. Banelings are doing no connect. It's a lot of Banelings finishing up. Oh no! Jesus. Yeah, Clem was distracted. Get some decent line connections. Clem was distracted on the left hand side. Banelings they roll in, and the base goes down. Yeah, finally Lambo gets across the map, takes down the expansion. Not like this. 14 SCVs. We're getting messy. We're getting messy at this point. Lambo gets an expansion. At the same time, Lambo he did trade out a lot of Ling Bane. Yeah, losing more drones. Workers going down. Hatchery will be denied. Lambo, he's stuck on 3 hatcheries. You know, lava spawn increase lava spawn rate has been increased, but we need bases. We need lava. We need expansions. Lambo down to 3 hatcheries. Ay, ay, ay. Again, we saw that one breakout moment where Lambo got a base, but that's it. That's all he had. He's been stuck at home, baby. He's been stuck at home. Oh my god. Again, Lambo's just being outscaled. Oof. Running out of more Ling Bane. I say that Clem is also struggling to keep up as well. We're both on a low economy here. Both Clem and Lambo. Ay ay ay. Clem checking for any tech. There's no lurker den, for example. There's no ultra cavern. There's no need for ghosts. Instead, we have our liberation. We have the freedom, baby. We have the freedom. As Lambo, he once again tries to move in. It's a very heavy Hydra composition. Oh, Banelings to connect. Yeah, he gets a couple connections. But he bleeds out so many Hydras. Expensive trade here for Lambo. Losing how many? Losing what, 18? 18 Hydras going down. Running out of Hydras. Clemmy saves the mineral line. Again, maintains an economy. Now Lambo does double expand. He's double expanding, building back up. Clem has to stop this. Floating over his main. Oof. Nice fungal. Okay. Fun fact, with fungal growth, even having a smaller army, Lambo, he can take some fights. He can take some fights. Once again, trying to slow down Clem. Clem now getting up to 2 bases. So is Lambo. We're kind of recovering, kind of. Lambo, can he close it out? Once again, Lambo going to be forced back. A lot of supply here is in medevacs for Clem. Very, very heavy in medevacs. Line drop on the south side. Again, there's not really much at home to defend. And does push into the 3rd. Not the most valuable base. But hey, catching out 3 Hydras. Yeah, it does catch Hydras. Has to respect the Infestors. Fungal does graze the army. At the same time, we do see a defense against the Ling Rumbai. Yeah, I was expecting Ling Rumbai here at the mineral line. Lambo now moving out. Yeah, the aggression failed. The aggression failed for Lambo. Ay, ay, ay. Clem is now maxing. He just double expanding, getting 2 bases. He just tanks the fungal. It's fine. He takes the fungal to the face. It doesn't matter. Yeah, there's no Ling Bane here. There's no punish. There's no punish, no Ling Bane. Lings are coming from behind. Okay, getting into the Marines. Marines, they do hold their own. Wow, they hold their own. They break through the Lings, break through the Hydras as well. And with that, Clem, he overwhelms the army. GG gets called, and Clem takes a 2-0 lead in the series. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Again, a very messy back and forth there between Clem and Lambo, both very low eco, but we saw that very rarely Lambo was actually able to counterattack. We mentioned this earlier, but typically the Zerg player needs to try to stabilize, shut down the drops, and be able to build up to 4 bases, gain map control. That never happened, but Hive was very late. Very, very late Hive. For Lambo, so late Hive at late tech, we saw that because that Hive never really came into play, there was no Vipers or Lurkers or anything like that, and he struggled to build up into that economy. And Lambo had a bank, he had a bank to work with. But this actually goes into what we mentioned earlier, and I do want to emphasize that. Like, I want to make sure there's no like weird false narrative being mentioned. In regards to, like, I don't know, players playing worse than they do. You saw it in this game as well from both Clem and Lambo. Like, because there's just so much aggression going on, I mentioned it when it comes to Lambo's lack of Hive. Like, Clem was hyper aggressive, like pushing into non-stop bases, and because of that, Lambo, his tech was delayed, his Hive was delayed due to the, we mentioned it before, like due to the attention span, right? Due to the attention being pulled apart, due to trying to keep up with all the drop play and all the Marine move outs as well, and that did force mistakes out of Lambo. Likewise, same with Clem, where there were a couple of times where Clem was inattentive to his army because of Ling Bane run-bys as well. Oh. But with that, we're now getting into our next game. Gonna be getting into the next game, gonna be loading into our next matchup, un momento. As Clem is up 2-0, is up 2-0 in the series, and we're getting ready for game number 3, un momento. Gonna be on Rorschach. Oh, wait, what? Rorschach? What were the vetoes? I'm confused. Rorschach made it through, and Rainfall made it through. Did Lambo get rid of the 4-player spawn maps? I guess. That's crazy. Okay, okay. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Rorschach, we have the German Zerg player. We have the blue Zerg for Shopify. It is Lambo. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the red Terran for Team Liquid. It is Clem. But yeah, I'm very surprised that both Rorschach and Rainfall made it through the vetoes here. I mean, I would imagine we saw something similar on Rainfall, if you recall. I would imagine we're going to go Roaches, right? Roaches make the most sense on these smaller maps. Lambo was unsuccessful when it comes to getting to Roach play on Rainfall. We'll see if he can pull it off here. But in general, these smaller maps do favor aggression. We've been seeing like Clem has been hyper aggressive. Very often, Clem has been leaving nothing at home to defend, which is why these run-bys and counterattacks have been finding damage. Like, they've been getting a lot of damage done. It's one of those things where right now TVZ is in the current state where it's just non-stop aggression, non-stop like punching each other in the face, and no one cares about like raising their guard. Like, no, like I say no one. Like, the Terran player doesn't really care about raising their guard or defending back at home. Because that it's very much on a knife's edge. It's very, very much on a knife's edge, where the moment that things start to go awry, like very quickly it can snowball out of control. But yeah, to see us load into another smaller map like this, like it's a bold move. It's a bold move out of Lambo. Last time we saw him on Rainfall, he went 2-base Lair into 2-base Roach. We'll see if he does it here as well. We'll see. Okay, Lambo, show us what you got. Let's go. High certainly no damage upgrades, I think. Well, I mean, Hydras are supportive units in ZVT. Like, typically, like, Hydras, you don't want to be stuck on pure Hydra. You want Ling Bane support, and Hydras are there to, like, supplement damage, ideally pick off Widow Mines, shut down Medivacs, shut down Liberators. The moment that you see an army that's, like, stuck on almost pure Hydra, like, things are going to go back. They're going to fall apart. But I should also emphasize that the reason for that is that we saw Lambo bleed out a lot of Ling Bane to the mines. A lot of Ling Bane was bleeding out to the mines, and of course it was going for counterattacks as well, so things got very, very messy there for Lambo. Very, very messy. You could also argue that maybe one of the reasons why he was so Hydra heavy was he was planning to go into Lurker tech instead of into Ultras. It's possible, but we never really got to see the Hive. We never got to see what he wanted to do with the Hive, right? Like, it never really came into play. We didn't get to see what the plan was. As Reaper does break in. Goes back into the main. Behind this, we have Link Speed on the way. Lambo does stay in gas, though. Oh, that is abnormal. So we're leaving. Okay, there we go. There we go. Does pull out. So stayed in a little bit longer. Looks like just playing standard here. Just a later pull out of Lambo. So Reaper does break in. And behind this, we have another 1-1-1. Now, we've been mixing in either Reactor, Hellion, Banshee play, or even mixing in, say, Cloak, lack of Cloak. Oh, Reaper does back up. And we're setting up for the add-on swap. Once again, it's going to be on Lambert to keep up with the Banshee and Hellion aggression. We'll see if he can. And we'll see if he can keep up. Gee, this Reaper is still getting it a hand. Back into the main base. Can we get a drone? Not quite. But again, being a nuisance. Denying mining, being annoying. Getting a drone kill. Not bad. Getting two. Oh my god. Yeah, 2 drones going to be going down. Massive pickoffs. Oh, almost up to 3 drones. Ay, ay, ay. Clem popping off. Likewise moving in. Chasing down the Queen. Queen barely does get away. And it is going to be Lair first. So Lair first had a Lambo. At 447-ish. Clem has done well for himself. Remember, he's still not done. Behind this, going into Banshees. There is Cloak on the way in a second Banshee as well. Clem is committing. It's committing that much harder. And a much more standard third CC timing as well. Remember, in the past, especially on Rainfall, we saw a 3-1 setup, 3-1-1 setup into a third CC. This time much faster. So a stronger economy here for Clem. Faster third base. A much more standard third base timing, I should say. Oof. As there is an opening into the third base, but Clem doesn't go for it. Yeah, not quite. Instead, does get a Queen. Yeah, 1 Queen goes down. There is still no Lair, no mobile detection. Just 1 Spore. Hellions, they bust into the middle and they force out the Evo Chamber and the Gas Geyser as well. Oh, Lambo will lock him down though. Does look at who catches who really? So many Hellion shots. The Lings, they get punished. That ay ay ay, crazy punish. Yeah, Lambo's being torn apart. Losing drones, losing Lings. Second Banshee has arrived. We're still not done. Does Clem? He scouts the spires. He sees everything. Oh my god. Yeah, he does scout the spire as well. And it's just been a rough start. It's been a rough start. Hellions bust into the main, into the natural. 5 drones going to be going down. And now we have that bio transition. 5 drone kills. Banshee's still harassing in the main base. Again, the Muta has been, or the Spire has been scouted. And behind this building up. And again, it has been a rocky start. Now, what I will say is that if this was the previous patch, I would say that this is like critical, almost game-ending damage. But Lambo, he has been able to recover. Like, he's able to recover economically, re-drone, resaturate. So we mentioned this previously at the start of maybe the series or earlier in the broadcast, how recovering from economic damage is now easier for Zerg due to the lava changes. Like, again, we have seen players who's like, what, 20 up to 33 drones, if you remember, in the, I think it was Classic versus Rogue series, where Rogue lost 33 workers and still recovered. So things like that can still, you can still sustain that a lot more, for sure. But it's still like a rough start for Lambo. Still shaky. Muta play is getting underway. Clem is here to delay the expansion. Can we force a cancel? We can. Oh. It's gonna be close, but there it is. Oh, that's god. That's not a kill. That's right. That's not a kill. That's a kill, Pappy. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Lambo falling apart here in game 3. We got 8 overlords in production. A laser. Pappy, what's going on? So Clem moving in. A laser, get out of the chair, Pappy. Get out of the chair. Oh no. Momentum heavily in Clem's favor. I'm moving in. I believe there are targets back at home. Catching an overlord. Oh. Jesus. Yeah, mine shots going off. No splits. Oh my god. Does he notice? Jesus. I don't know if he has. That was crazy. There we go. He did. That was so close. Calm down, Clem. Calm down. But does notice. Scans, shuts down the bailings. Cheeky moves out of Lambo. Very cheeky. And again, Lambo's being outscaled. He's being outscaled. Did mention that you can sustain some losses in ZVT. That's true, but this is too much. Like at this point, too many losses here. Losing bases, losing workers, killing hatcheries, taking mine shots to the face. And now Clem is going for the kill. He's going for the kill. Oof. As we commit into the bailing, into the minefield, the mines they pop off. Once again, Clem just making sure there's no base, there's no fourth expansion. And Lambo never got across the map. Despite opening up Muta, he never got across the map, never got to harass. Never happened. Oh, big overextension though. Oh yeah, Clem will lose everything. Big overextension. Losing 3 full medevacs at the same time though. Clem just keeps rallying. It's fine, Pat. Just keep on rallying. Oof. As my shots continue, there's that rally here from Clem. And Lemon can't keep up. No with these kind of losses here. Not like this. Not like this. Oof. As Lambert got into his mutas, but he never got many use of them. He was unable to be active, aggressive, couldn't move out. Nice target firing here by Clem. We'll take 1 bailing to the face. Oof. Yeah, just 1 bailing. And GG gets called. GG gets called to Clem. He will take a 3-0 series. He'll advance on into the upper bracket finals. GG. GG, well played. 3-0s abound, Pappy. Oh my god. 3-0s just all over the place here as Clem does claim the series does advance on. Again, I would say that Lambo, it felt like towards the end of the series, specifically game 3, like mentally he was broken. There were a lot of missteps there from Lambo here in game 3, but very quickly it all just fell apart. Referring to the Reaper harass, then the Hellion harass, and the Banshee harass, it all just added up very quickly over time. And Lambo, he was mentally broken here. Like that was oof. That was crazy. This was the most one-sided game out of the series, but again towards the end of the series as well. GG well played. Clem, he will claim the series. Again, Lambo just kind of torn apart, but at the same time we also try to emphasize that this map Rorschach favors this kind of style as well. The timing of the Reaper, the timing of the Hellions, the timing of the Banshee, everything arrives faster on Rorschach, which is why I was surprised that this wasn't vetoed. Like I was very, very shocked to see both Rorschach and Rainfall make it through the veto process. On Rainfall, we saw that Lambo did play Roaches, so that made more sense. But here on Rorschach, to rush Muta, that's crazy. Rushing Mutas on Rorschach, it's a very bold move. A bold move, a big risk, a big gamble. Did not pay off. GG. GG well played as Lambo. He was punished. And with that, we have our bracket concluding here for today's broadcast, at least. Here we had non-stop trios. Reynor 3-0 to Laser, Serral took down Skillus, Clem took down Christianer, Lambo took down Harsum in a 3-0 fashion. We then had Reynor take down Serral 3-0 to advance on to the upper bracket finals, and Clem took down Lambo 3-0 as well to make it 2-set upper bracket finals. GG well played again. So strong showing here, I guess, for all the players in their own way, in their own respective series. Again, hyper aggression from Clem, just barely giving Lambert any room to breathe. I would say that the game on Attorney's Edge was the closest. It was very messy from both players and very back and forth. I could see a world where maybe Lambert could have even taken that game if we were a little bit more refined, I would say. Like we did mention at the time that due to a lot of the aggression, a lot of the attention was split, and we did see as a result of that, some of the build itself and some of the macro just kind of slipped there for Lambo on Attorney's Edge. This is also where we have to bear in mind this is HomeStory Cup, so like everyone's drinking as well, like everyone's no. HomeStory Cup. But GG well played. And with that, we have our 2 upper bracket finalists. It's going to be Reynor versus Clem in the upper bracket. Meanwhile, we have Serral versus Lambo in the lower bracket. Let's go. So again, we still have our top 4 players. And tomorrow we should be returning with the lower brackets. We'll be there. We will be there with that lower bracket with the rest of the tournament. Oh, just catching up. Just catching up. We cast the finals. We will cast tomorrow. With that, we're going to be wrapping up here for the day. 4.5-hour cast. We should be back tomorrow at this time, same place, same channel, in 24 hours with the remainder of that bracket. When it comes to the broadcast today, I do highly recommend checking out the ZVPs. Those are the most interesting to me, at least. Serral versus Skillus and Lambert versus Harsum. We did see both Protoss players, Skillus and Harsum, come up with a lot of really fun, unique, and quirky builds. None of it worked, by the way, none of it worked, but it was really cool to see them both kind of try to explore a different avenue of PvZ. Again, right now Zerg matchups are in a really rough place, and from the Korean side of things, it feels like they've already kind of like gone through all these permutations and they've settled on their meta from the Korean side of things, and that is either Skytoss or like Twilight Council, like based all-ins in the early game, in the early to mid game. Like it feels like Hero Classic, Max Packs, and Zound, like they've all kind of like locked in, and they've kind of found like their own meta at this point, and they found what works and what doesn't work. Here this felt a little more exploratory from Skills and Harsum, which I appreciate. I do appreciate. Again, none of it worked, but they were cooking. You know, they were cooking up some builds. You know, was it edible? I think so. I think some of it was edible for sure, but just a couple of unfortunate positions for our 2 players. Regardless, GG well played, and again we'll be back tomorrow with the rest of the bracket. We'll be back. I love the D-Gen day. Oh no, I'm gonna try to rest my throat. I don't know if you noticed, but like it's been rough. It was edible. It was edible. I want to say that. It was okay. But we'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching the support, and we'll see you guys next time. Until then, ciao. Or also, if you want to support us, you can do so via following us on all the socials. Bam, there we go. As we are going to be live every day of the week, of course. Tomorrow we're going to be live in around 10-ish hours time with Crank Gathers. That's going to be a big StarCat Evolution tournament. That's going to be on Friday and Saturday. We have, of course, tomorrow evening HomeStory Cup and SDO and STC over the weekend. So plenty of content throughout the course of the week, as always. And we'll see you guys next time. Till then, thanks for watching. Till next time, hasta luego.